Welcome to the Ultimate JavaScript course and thank you for joining us. I'm sure you won't regret that you have signed up because it's the most complete and really great course. We're proud of the product that we have created because we believe this course will help people to step forward and take their career to the next level. I think nowadays JavaScript is the language that every developer should know because it becomes more and more popular and demanded programming language. If you're an absolute beginner in programming and this is your first language, then you don't have to worry, because we're going to start from the fundamentals of JavaScript language, such as variables, data types, operators, conditional statements, functions, objects, loops, and then we will move on to more complicated topics. You will learn about how JavaScript actually works behind the scenes, how we can manipulate on our web page using DOM, and then we will move on to advanced stuff of JavaScript. After passing those sections, you'll be able to know the following important concepts of the programming language, like execution context, scope chain, hoisting, objects versus primitives, the special keyword this, manipulating on individual and multiple elements, DOM style and classes, events. Also, we will cover things like function constructors, prototypal inheritance, object function, first-class functions, immediately invoked function expressions, closures, and much more. During those sections, you'll be able to build several simple applications, and all of this stuff will be the base to build a really great, more complicated and advanced project, which will be the quiz application. After all of this, you will be introduced to a new version of JavaScript, ECMAScript 2015 or ES6, with its newly added features like latent const, template strings, arrow functions, default parameters, spread operator, rest parameter, destructuring, map, set classes, and so on. To the end of the course, we will represent some of the commonly asked questions on JavaScript interviews with relevant answers. Throughout the course, you will be able to test your knowledge with lots of quizzes and coding tasks. Alright, it's time to start, so let's move on to the first section of our course. Hello and welcome to our first section of the course. This is the part where you're going to be learning the essentials of JavaScript language. In this section, we'll cover the topics like what is JavaScript, JavaScript syntax, how to write the code in JavaScript, what are the variables and what kind of data types JavaScript knows. Also, we will learn things like operators, what is type coercion, how to make decisions using conditional statements, and so on. At the end of the section, you will be able to test your knowledge using an interesting coding task and a quiz. So, to learn and understand well the fundamentals of JavaScript language is very important. You need it in order to proceed the course without any trouble. Lectures are full of explanations of the things step by step in depth, and also lots of interesting and helpful coding examples. If you are already familiar with fundamentals of JavaScript, then you can skip those very first lectures, but you can trust me that you will definitely find something new and useful for you. So I recommend to watch all the videos carefully. Alright, now it's time to start our journey, so let's go ahead. I have created source files for the entire course and they are attached to this lecture. Files are separated according to the sections and lectures, so you can download and use them. I know that you want to start writing code soon. I promise that you will start it as soon as possible. But before that, let's have a brief overview about what JavaScript is. You are starting to learn one of the most popular and frequently used programming language today. When we refer to front-end and back-end web development, you may already know that there are lots of programming languages that we can use for back-end web development, like Java, PHP, Python, C#. But as for the front-end, JavaScript is almost the only language. It is built in all modern web browsers, and that makes it powerful and great language. But besides that, thanks to the new technology called Node.js, which is built based on JavaScript language, it can be used on server side as well. Which means that JavaScript enables backend access to databases, file systems, and servers. In this course, we will talk about JavaScript as a client-side programming language, and our working environment will be the web browser. In 2018, all experienced developers recommend to start learning JavaScript, because there are tons of libraries and frameworks like jQuery, AngularJS, React, Vue.js, and many others, but all of them are created based on JavaScript. Therefore, if you learn it well, you won't have any trouble to learn all those technologies. JavaScript is an object-oriented programming language, which means that JavaScript is the language that is based on an object. This is important because almost everything is an object in JavaScript, but it's different from other object-oriented programming languages. Throughout the course, you will be able to understand all of these concepts step by step in depth. You may already know that HTML is the markup language that developers use to create the content of a web page, so you can imagine that HTML is like the skeleton of the human. Then for styling and for design the HTML content we use CSS, and it's like the human which cannot think, act or move. And JavaScript is a programming language that enables to create dynamically updating content. It's like the human which can think, act, move, run, and etc. JavaScript makes the web pages dynamic and interactive. It allows the elements to act in different ways on the page, like animations, moving text, drop-down menus, and so on. Alright, let's talk a little about the history of JavaScript and the versions of it. JavaScript has a strange naming history. It was created by Netscape in 1995 and was called as LiveScript. But after a year, it was renamed as JavaScript, hoping to capitalize on Java's popularity at the time. Actually, Java and JavaScript are completely different programming languages. They do not have the relationship. In 1996, Netscape submitted JavaScript to ECMA International for standardization, and eventually in 1997, ECMAScript 1 became the first version of JavaScript language standard. In 2009, ECMAScript 5, or simply ES5, was published with lots of new and cool features, and after 2012, writing code in ES5 became much more popular. The new version of JavaScript was released in 2015 and was called as ECMAScript 2015 or ES 2015. Today it's known as ES6 as well. ES6 is the huge update of JavaScript. There are lots of new and great features added to that version, which you will definitely see throughout the course. After that, 3 more versions were released: ECMAScript 2016, 2017 and 2018. But for now, actually, they are not widely used. Alright, so in this lecture we had a little overview what JavaScript is, how it works and how it's used today. We have seen the difference between 3 front-end technologies, which are HTML, CSS and JavaScript, and also we had a brief overview how JavaScript was created and developed. Let's move on. It's time to get ready for starting the coding. In order to do that, we need to set up some tools, which are the web browser and code editor. Some of you may already be ready, I mean that you have already chosen your favorite browser, and also install the code editor. Then you can simply skip this video and move on to the next lecture right now, but if not, let's do it with me. Throughout the course I'm going to use Google Chrome. I believe that it's one of the best web browsers today, but you can feel free and use any browser you want. To download Google Chrome, you need to visit the following page, download and install. It's extremely easy and I'm sure that you won't have any trouble with that. As for the code editor, there are tons of them and you can use your favorite one. I'm going to use one of my favorite code editors, which is Brackets. It's free, simple to use, lightweight and powerful editor. Just for your information, it's created with JavaScript. I would recommend to use also Visual Studio Code, which is really great code editor nowadays. But throughout this course I will use Brackets because it's very simple to use. In order to get Brackets, you need to visit brackets.io, download its latest version, which is for now 1.11. When you download it, you need to install, which is also a very simple process. When you finish installing Brackets, you will get here as a default 2 files, index.html and main.css. You can simply ignore them. So we have here Google Chrome, Brackets, and now I'm going to create our working folder. Let's call it JavaScript. And then open it in Brackets. There is also another way to open folders and files from inside Brackets. You just need to click Open Folder or Open File. Alright. Let's create a new file which will be the index.html and then run it in browser. You can do it by clicking here on that icon which is placed on the right side of the editor. And you can see here the index.html file we have just created. It's blank page because the file is empty. Okay, the next thing that I want to show you is Developer Tools and JavaScript Console tab, in which we will work very frequently throughout this course. There are different ways to open console. You need to click on that menu icon, then choose More Tools, then Developer Tools, and here we have our console tab. You can simply ignore this error, it's not something important, just reload the page and it will disappear. Okay, there is a short way to open console tab by clicking Inspect. And also, there is the fastest way. You just need to click on F12 button. Alright, let's go back to brackets. Below the live preview icon, you see the extension manager icon. Extension is the feature that you can install in order to improve the editor's functionality. Some of these extensions are really nice. I would recommend to install, for example, Auto Save Files on Windows Blur extension, which means that the codes will be automatically saved when you leave the editor. It saves your time and also minimizes the number of errors. Also, there is another great extension called Custom Work. Let's install it as well. Then reload using F5. And you see that on the top of the editor we have a nice blue bar. And also you're able to hide sidebar just clicking on that arrow. Alright. In Extension Manager we have the Themes section. There are tons of different and cool themes. I'm going to install Monokai Pastel theme, which I think that is one of the nice themes here. In order to change the theme or font size, you can do it from View and then Themes. Alright. So in this lecture we have organized all the tools which we actually need to start coding. Now it's time to begin more interesting and exciting journey. So let's move on. Let's figure out how to write your first JavaScript code. It's pretty simple and you will see it now. In order to do that, we need somehow to embed our JavaScript code to HTML file. We have different ways to write JavaScript. You remember that we have created the folder called JavaScript and also the index.html file in previous video. Let's open it in brackets. You can see here the very basic structure of HTML document. I hope that you already know at least the basics of HTML. If you don't, then I recommend to introduce the ABC of that technology. Alright, let's go ahead and run this file in Google Chrome. So you can see here on the page the heading, which tells us the title of the lecture. It's written inside the body element using h1 heading tags. At first, let's organize brackets and browser nicely. I like working this way because it saves our time, so you can use this technique too. To write JavaScript code, we have to open the script tags, but before that, let's turn off live preview mode because it's very handy when you work on HTML and CSS, but now we don't need it. So let's write script tags, which should be placed above to the closing HTML tag. We can physically place them almost anywhere in HTML, but this one is the best practice. That helps browser to load web page faster. This way is called inline method because we write JavaScript and HTML in the same file. Let's write our very first line of code, console.log and hello world. Now open the console tab. I hope you remember how to do that. There are three ways. Let's use one of them. Click on Inspect and you can see the text hello world. You can also Notice here on the right side that this text is placed on the 11th line in editor. Console tab is the great tool for testing, debugging the applications and for getting the results and outputs. Throughout the course we'll be working in console very frequently. Alright, let's figure out how actually the code works. When we launch the HTML document, browser can read the content of HTML, but to read and execute JavaScript code, it needs something to translate it. Imagine that you can't understand the foreign language and your friend is helping to translate the language. Browser has such friend, which is JavaScript engine, and it's already built in browsers. Let's explain it deeper. Browser is reading HTML code line by line. When it reaches to script tags, browser understands that the content inside script tags is not anymore HTML, and it calls the engine to translate it. Make sense? Alright. The next way to write JavaScript is an external method. We need to create another file in our folder. Let's call it script.js. The extension of JavaScript files should be .js. In order to connect JavaScript file to HTML, we need to create the link between them. Let's do that. Delete this line of code because we don't need it anymore. Then inside the opening script tag, indicate the directory of script.js file. For that we have to use source attribute and the path of JavaScript file. Now open the script.js file and write the same code here. Console.log hello world. Reload the page and you can see that we've got the same hello world. You can use either inline or external methods, both work fine, but the second one is better practice because it's more organized, and when you need, for example, the same JavaScript code for multiple pages, you can write it once and then link the JavaScript file to all HTML pages. Alright, so in this lecture we have learned how to write JavaScript using inline and external methods. Also we have discussed how the browser works. So let's move on. When you create the program or application in JavaScript or in other programming language, you may be excited by how they work and give us the results. But you need to know that our code is not a wizard. Before we create the programs, there has been already created also a program by other smart people which can read our codes, translate them and execute. In order to make our codes understandable for that program, we need to follow the set of rules which is called syntax. In computer science, the syntax of a computer language is the set of rules that defines the combinations of symbols that are considered to be a correctly structured document in that language. So the JavaScript syntax is the set of rules how JavaScript programs are constructed. We always need to be assured that the grammar of our code is valid. That's the main work of syntax parser, which is the part of JavaScript engine. It checks the code character by character, and if something is wrong, then it throws an error. Regarding syntax parser and JavaScript engine, we will discuss how they work in depth in coming sections. Let's take a look on that example. Here we have the variable with name first name and its value John. Maybe you don't know yet what variable is, or you may know from other programming languages. It doesn't matter for now because I'm just trying to demonstrate how important it is to write syntactically correct code. So as we said, the syntax parser reads the code character by character. When it finds the var and space, it understands that this is a variable declaration. Then it expects the name of the variable and finds it, which is first name in this case. Then it meets the equal sign and finds out that the variable has the value which is John. After the value, the syntax parser sees the semicolon and understands that this is the end of the statement. So the code is valid and the syntax parser continues to read the next coming codes. If it meets something like this, it will find that there is no equal sign between name of the variable and the value Smith. So syntax parser is expecting here the equal sign, but instead of it, it finds other character which makes the code invalid, and therefore syntax parser throws an error. Alright, let's write the same example in brackets. Var first name equals to John, then var last name, Smith. Reload the page, and you see we have syntax error on the third line in script.js file. It tells us that we have unexpected string value. If we place here equal sign, then the code will work. Alright, throughout the course you will learn how to write the valid code that will help you to avoid getting errors and mistakes. But anyway, errors and bugs are our friends because they are the best teachers to write the code correctly. Okay, in this lecture we have talked about the syntax and how the syntax parser reads the codes line by line and character by character. See you in the next video. It's time to talk about one of the most fundamental aspects in JavaScript, that is variables and data types. They are a little bit different from the standard programming languages, and so I'm going to explain what variables are and what kind of data types JavaScript accepts in details step by step. So what is a variable? It's helpful to think of variables as containers that hold information which we can use for multiple times, and we can change it dynamically as well. Alright. In order to declare variables, we need to write var keyword. This warns the engine that it needs to reserve some memory in which to store your data later. So again, when we declare the variable, JavaScript engine understands that it has to create memory space in which you can store the data. Actually, this stuff is about how JavaScript works behind the scenes, so it's the topic of other section and we will definitely discuss it deeper soon. Okay. After that, you should set the name to the variable. Many other programming languages, which are called strongly typed languages like Java or C#, require you to declare not only the variable, but also the type of data that will be stored. However, JavaScript is a weakly typed language, and you don't need to limit yourself to what type of data the variable can hold. It means that JavaScript engine understands itself what type of data you are storing in the variable. In this case, variable person is not assigned by the value, it's just declared. We can use a shorthand method for declaring the multiple variables in one statement. We just need to write var keyword only once, followed by names of the variables, and separated them by commas. Then to the end of the statement we have to place semicolon. So write here, for example, first name, last name, and age. In the real world, this shorthand method is very popular and commonly used. In previous video, you have already seen how to assign the value to the variable. For doing that, we just need to use equal sign, which is known as assignment operator, and it doesn't mean equality as it's in math. In this case, the variable person has the value instructor. Let's log it in console, write console.log person. So you see in console the value of person variable instructor. In the same way, we can also use a shortened method for assigning values like this. Write the value for first name as John, then last name as Doe, and age 27. In order to organize our code nicely and to make the code easy to read, we can separate them like this way. And you may have got the question about those white spaces, but I can tell you that JavaScript engine counts them as one white space, so that doesn't cause any errors. As we said, we can change the values of variables dynamically. To understand well what it means, let's assign to person different value, like, for example, teacher. And then log it in console, write again console.log person. So you can see that it has changed its value from instructor into teacher. And this fact also proves that JavaScript engine reads the code line by line from top to down. Alright, the console is the great tool because we can work here without logging every time from the editor. We can just type here the name of the variables like first name, then press the enter, and you see that here we have value John. In the same way, we can get values for other variables, for last name, and also for age. Alright. You remember from the previous video where we were talking about syntax parser and writing the valid code. So we need to protect some rules when we deal with variables. If you take a look on the screen, you will see on the left side the valid variable names. We are allowed to start variable names with letter or underscore and $sign, and also we can use numbers in names, but we are not allowed to start the names with them. The first case is commonly used when the name includes two or more words. Every next word starts with a capital letter, and it's called camel case method. As for the examples on the right side, you are not allowed to use them. We cannot use the space inside the name, also the minus sign, because it means subtraction in JavaScript and is used in mathematical operations. We're not able to start variable names with signs except underscore and $sign, and also with numbers. Okay, in this lecture we have talked about variables, how to declare them, how to assign the values, and how to choose the valid names. Let's stop here. See you in the next video where you will learn about data types in JavaScript. As we said previously, JavaScript is an object-based programming language. And therefore, in JavaScript, almost everything is an object. Object is a little bit complex data type, and we won't refer to it yet, because the whole section is waiting for you regarding objects. So we have just said that almost everything is an object. It means that there is something that is not an object in JavaScript, and those are primitives. JavaScript provides 5 types of primitive data: string, number, boolean, undefined, and null. Alright, strings are used for storing and manipulating text. Let's create a variable and assign to it value as John is an instructor. You tell JavaScript that text is to be treated as text and not as code, simply by enclosing it with the single quotes. Let's log it in console. Write console.log string. So here we have our string, John is an instructor. Instead of single quotes, we can use double quotes. You see that we have the same result. They work in the same way, but there is one important issue to note. The number of quotes must always to be matched. It means that if string starts with double quotes, then must be end with double quotes as well. And the same for single quotes. If not, then the string value would be invalid. So you see that we got syntax error, which tells us that the value is invalid. And the last thing that I want to show you regarding strings is that if we want to surround one of the words by quotes, for example instructor, we have to protect the following rule. If the string itself is surrounded by the double quotes, then we have to use single quotes with instructor. So you see that instructor is in the quotes. Okay. Now let's see what happens if we don't protect this rule. Write here double quotes, reload, and we have again an error. Alright, let's see what has happened here. JavaScript engine reads the code from left to right. It has found beginning of the string value with double quotes, so it also expects to see ending double quotes. And when it finds that, counts that this piece of code is correct, but what it sees next is invalid. Therefore, we get an error. Alright, let's move on to the numbers. JavaScript has only one type of number. Unlike many other programming languages, JavaScript doesn't define different types of numbers like integers, short, long, floating point, and etc. Numbers can be written with or without decimals. So let's create variable, call it number, equals to 27. Then log it in console. So we have here 27. And also you notice that the color is different from string values. It's kind of blue. We can write numbers with decimals as we said. Write for example 0.23. One thing to note regarding numbers is that if we write it within quotes, then the JavaScript engine will understand that the type of value is string and not the number. And it's actually an important thing because it may cause unexpected results, and you will see that later. You see that in console nothing is changed, still we have the same number, The only thing that was changed is the color of the output. As we said, numbers are always shown in blue, and the color of the string is gray. Alright. The next primitive data type is Boolean, which has two possible values, true or false. The idea of true and false is fundamental in computer programming. The purpose of Boolean data in JavaScript is just the same as in the world outside programming. It enables you to answer questions and make decisions based on the answer. Mostly Boolean data types are used in conditional statements, and just for demonstration purposes, I would like to show you this example. Create variables number 1 equals to 5 and number 2 equals to 10. Let's compare these numbers in console. Write number 1 is less than number 2. And you see that we have true because statement is actually true. 5 is less than 10. If we write the opposite, number 1 is greater than number 2, then the result would be false, and I'm sure you understand why. Alright, let's move on. Declare new variable and then log it in console and see what happens. You see that we have undefined. Now let's remove this line of code and reload the page again. You see that we got an error which tells us that A is not defined. So what is the difference between undefined and is not defined? In first case, when we got undefined, means that variable A is created and JavaScript engine has reserved the memory space for it. But because of that, the variable A is not assigned by the value. JavaScript engine automatically assigns to it undefined, which is the special value, and also it belongs to primitive data type. So again, if the variable is declared and is not assigned by the value, it's undefined. The second case in which we have got A is not defined means that variable itself doesn't exist. In other words, JavaScript engine could not find the variable A in its memory. Alright, let's talk about null. As we saw in previous example, undefined means a variable that has been declared but has not yet been assigned a value. Null is an assignment value. So write var A equals to null. It can be assigned to the variable as a representation of no value. So the variable whose value is undefined has never been initialized, and the variable whose value is null was explicitly given a value of null, which means that the variable was explicitly set to have no value. In other words, null is nothing, and it's supposed to be something that doesn't exist. So again, undefined is automatically assigned by JavaScript engine when the variable doesn't have value, and we assign null to the variable in order to represent that this variable doesn't have the value. Make sense? Okay, it's maybe a little bit strange and confusing, but I think I made it clear for you. Alright, in this lecture we have discussed briefly primitive data types. See you in the next video. Let's go ahead. It's time to talk about the next important concept in JavaScript, which is called operators. So, what is an operator? Operators are special functions that take two parameters and return result. You may already know some of them, especially from your math class. When we see, for example, 5 plus 5, we all know that we have to add those numbers because plus sign generally means addition, and therefore the result is 10. Now let's see what happens in JavaScript. Create variable A and assign to it 5 plus 5, and then run it in console. You see we have 10. So how does JavaScript engine know that it has to add these numbers? The reason is that it's already built the ready function, which is automatically called when JavaScript engine sees the plus sign, adds the numbers, and gives us the result. In the same way works subtraction, multiplication, and division. Alright, sometimes we are using multiple operations in one statement, like 5 plus 5 and multiply to 5. So what do you expect to get here? Because of that, JavaScript engine reads the code from left to right. You may think that first it would add 5 to 5 and then multiply to another 5, which then will output 50. Let's see what happens. You see that we got 30 because it follows the exact same rules as we know from math. At first, JavaScript engine multiplies and then performs addition. In JavaScript, it's called operator precedence. You can look into the table where operator precedence is represented. Let's search it in Google. Write operator precedence table. You can visit this website, developer.mozilla.org, which actually is a very useful guide for JavaScript, and you can find almost everything regarding JavaScript on that site. Alright, so here we have operator precedence table. First column represents precedence number, which defines the sequence of the operations. As you remember from the previous example, JavaScript engine has performed at first multiplication and then addition. And if you look at the table, you will see that multiplication has precedence of 14, which is higher than the precedence of addition, which is 13. You also see that addition and subtraction have the same number of precedence. It means that JavaScript engine will perform operation from left to right, and it's called associativity. Some of the operators have associativity from left to right, and some of them have right to left. It also depends on type of operator. The highest number of precedence has grouping operator, which is parentheses. So if we pass the addition within braces, the result will be different and we'll get 50. Alright, operator precedence table is a very useful source. You can find there operator you're interested in. I recommend to review this table and introduce to other operators and figure out how they work. Alright, so we have talked about arithmetical operators and also discussed what operator precedence and associativity are. See you in the next lecture. In previous video we have talked about arithmetical operators. Now it's time to consider a different type of operators, which are comparison. So what are comparison operators and what they are used for? Comparison operators are used in logical statements to determine equality or difference between variables or values. So they are used to test for true or false, which are Boolean values, as you remember. In JavaScript we will meet very frequently the situations where you have to either make decisions or choose something, compare values to each other, and so on. For that, you should really understand how comparison operators actually work. Alright, let's create variables, variable a and b, and assign both of them 5. As you remember from previous videos, equal sign is used to assign the values to variables. It doesn't mean equality, it just assigns the value, so it's called as assignment operator. In order to compare the equality of those variables, we can use double equals operator, which compares the values, but it doesn't compare the type of the values. So I will show you now what it exactly means. I'm going to work in console for now. You can test here anything you want. That's why I've told you that console tab is great tool for JavaScript developers. So write a double equals to b. It's obviously true because the values are the same. Now let's change the type of one of the values and write it as a string. It's also true because, as we said, this type of comparison operator doesn't compare the types of the values, and it also coerces the types. What I mean in type coercion, I will show you it a bit later. So using double equals operator seems maybe nice, but it's not actually safe because it may cause unexpected bugs and errors. Therefore we need something else, like strict mode, and it's triple equals, which compares not only values but also the types. Let's prove this. Write a triple equals to b. You see that it's false because types of the values are different. The data type of variable a is number and b is a string. So I recommend you to use triple equals comparison operator in practice because it's safer than double equals. Alright, let's go ahead and talk about other comparison operators. Double equals and triple equals operators have opposite ones, not equals and strict not equals, which are written with exclamation marks. And they work in the exact same way as the previous ones, but they give us opposite values. So when A double equals B was true, then A not equals to B is false, because it's opposite. So remember, when double equals gives us, for example, true, then not equals gives us false and vice versa. The same is happening with strict equals and strict not equals. If we write A strict not equals to B, then we will get true. Alright, you can find all of these operators in operator precedence table. They have same precedence number, 10. You can find also other comparison operators such as less than or equal, greater than, and greater than or equal. All those operators act as simply as you know it from your math class. They have higher precedence number and it's 11. As for assignment operator, which is an equal sign, it has the lower precedence number than the comparison operators and it's 3. Alright, in this lecture we have introduced the comparison operators. It's one of the important aspects in JavaScript and in every programming language, so you should really understand well how they work. You will see many interesting examples and weird things using comparison operators because we're going to talk about and discuss what type coercion is in JavaScript. So let's go ahead. Because of that, JavaScript is a dynamically typed language. The type is associated with runtime values and not named variables. Therefore, the programmer can write quicker because we do not have to specify types every time. It's a nice feature, but it may sometimes cause unexpected bugs and errors, and it happens especially when we deal with type coercion. Type coercion means that a value from one type can be converted to another on the fly. Let's see what it exactly means. Create variable a, which equals to 10 plus 5, and run it in console. It's definitely 15, and type of the result value is a number. You see, the color of it is blue. Now put 5 within quotes and make it string. So what do you expect to get? We have number 10, and on the other hand we have 5, which is a string. Let's see. We have 105 in console. So let me explain what has happened here. JavaScript engine has found plus sign in this statement, and you know that plus sign belongs to arithmetical operators, but simultaneously it works for string values. It concatenates them. For example, we can concatenate multiple string values like this, create another variable b, which equals to hello, then plus dear, plus student, and run this variable in console. So you can see hello dear student, which is a string value. Alright, let's go back to the first example in which JavaScript engine has to decide either convert 10 to string or 5 to number. The people who has created this nice programming language decided that in this case 10 should be converted to a string value, and this whole process is called type coercion. JavaScript engine has coerced 10 to string, but the key point is that we didn't ask for doing that to the engine. When JavaScript engine saw the statement, it automatically coerced number into string. Okay, let's see what happens if we use other arithmetical operator, let's say multiplication. And you see that we have 50. If we look at this number, we will find that it has blue color because it's actually a number. So JavaScript engine has coerced 5 into number because multiplication is an arithmetical operator and it's used with numbers only. Alright, let's consider another case. Write variable a equals to 5 plus 10 plus b, which is string, and log it in console. You see that we have got 15b. Okay, now let's place b before 5. Write variable c equals to b plus 5 plus 10 and run it in console. So we have now b 5 10. We have got different results in both cases, and it seems to be weird, right? Let's explain what happened. As you already know, JavaScript engine reads the codes from left to right. So in the first case, it has found numbers for the first operation and has added them as the numbers. So the value became 15. And after that, it has coerced it to string, and we have got 15b. As for the second case, engine saw the string at the beginning of the value, and then it has coerced 5 to a string. So we got b5 after the first operation, and in the same way it has coerced 10 to string, therefore we got the string value b510. Make sense? Alright, remember that all of these things happen on the runtime, on the fly. Type coercion is a very odd process, so you should understand it well. Type coercion also occurs with comparison operators, which you are already familiar with. Let's write in console 5 triple equals to 5. It's true and there is nothing surprising here. Now write 5 triple equals to 5 and triple equals to 5. From human perspective, you may expect here true as well. Let's see, and we have false. Let's figure out what has happened. 5 triple equals to 5 is definitely true, and true is Boolean value, so we have got true after first triple equals. Therefore, the next triple equals has compared the Boolean value true and the number 5, and therefore it became false. Make sense? Okay, actually this is what happened on the fly. True triple equals to 5. Generally, Boolean values can be coerced into numbers. I mean that true can be coerced into 1 and false into 0. To prove that, let's write true double equals to 1. Double equal compares, as we remember, only values and not data types. So here we have true. The same happens with false. If we write false double equals to 0, then we will get true. But in case of triple equals, we will have opposite values. So as I already recommended, in order to avoid unexpected results, which may cause errors and bugs that then are hard to find and debug, the solution is to use triple equals operator, because it's always a better practice. Okay. If you are new in programming, you may be a little bit confused and you may think where you can use those little details. But trust me, when you work with tons of lines of codes in the future, it will definitely help you. Alright, in this lecture we have discussed what type coercion is, how it works with comparison operators, and we have seen some interesting and weird things. Okay, let's move on. When you write the code, almost every time you want to perform different actions for different decisions. For that, we frequently use conditional statement in our code. Generally, conditional statement is the part of decision making in JavaScript. The conditional statement is a statement that will evaluate condition to be either true or false. As your JavaScript programs get more sophisticated, you will need to make use of conditional statements that allow your program to make decisions. Nearly all other programming languages use conditionals, and JavaScript is no exception. When we want the block of code to be executed if a specified condition is true or false, we use if-else statement. If you take a look on the screen, you will see the general structure of if statement. It starts with if keyword, which is followed by the condition inside the braces. the condition which should be checked if it is true or false. Then we have the block of code inside the curly braces, and it's executed if the condition is true. If it's false, then the code inside the else statement will run. Alright, let's go to brackets and create the variables. My child equals to Alexis, and then variable gender equals to male. Now let's use if-else statement and check the following condition. So if gender triple equals to male, then run in console my child plus is my son, and if the condition is false, then in else statement, again run in console my child plus is my daughter. So in this statement we have the condition gender triple equals to male, and we need to check if it's true or false. Alexis can be the name either for male or for female, and we wonder how the parent should call him or her. So you see that condition inside the braces is true, and therefore the code in if statement is executed. We got Alexis is my son. If we change the gender and write the value as female, then the condition will be false, and the block of code inside if statement will be skipped, and the code inside the else statement will be executed. So we have Alexis is my daughter. If we want to execute code based only on the condition's true value, then it's not necessary to use else statement. Just using if statement is absolutely enough. So let's get rid of else statement. You see that the condition is false because of the female value, and therefore we don't have result in console. The block of code inside if is skipped. If we change female into male, then we will get the same result. Alexis is my son. Before we finish, I would like to show you something that is very helpful and frequently used, especially when you deal with a bunch of lines of code. I'm talking about the comments. They are very useful when you want to either describe the code or pause the code. We have two types of comments, single line and multi-line. In order to write single line comment, we need to use forward slashes and then the comment. You can see that color of code is gray. The text editor makes it different from other working codes, and also when JavaScript engine sees slashes, it understands that this code is commented out and it doesn't execute it. In order to comment multiple lines of code, we can use multi-line commenting. We need to write slash and star at the beginning of the code and star and slash at the end of the code. So you see that whole code is gray. Reload the page, and you see that the code is not executed. Alright, in this lecture we have talked about conditional statements and commenting. Let's stop here. See you in the next video. Sometimes we need to make correct decision out of several conditions. This is the case when we need to use an advanced form of if-else statement, and it's called if-else-if statement. There is nothing special about this code, it's just a series of if statements. To code an else-if conditional, you code the keywords else-if, followed by a condition in parentheses, and a block of code inside curly braces. If the condition is true, its block of code will be executed, and any remaining codes in the if statement will be skipped over. This will continue until one of the else-if conditions is true, or they all are false. You can write multiple else-if statements as much as you want, but else should be definitely only one. So again, if this condition is true, then the block of code inside the curly braces will be run, and all the other statements will be skipped. Alright, let's create variable, call it prof as profession, and assign to it the value instructor. Imagine that we want to get the relevant descriptions for the multiple professions. For that we need to use several conditions. Write if profession triple equals to instructor, then run in console, profession plus teaches students. Then use else if statement with the condition if profession triple equals to doctor, then write console.log profession plus treats people. Then again use another else if statement with the condition if profession triple equals to composer, and run again in console profession plus creates the music. And finally write else statement and run in console professions do not match. Alright, let's run this code. So we have instructor teaches students. That's because first condition is true. Now change the value of instructor into doctor. Then reload the page and we have doctor treats people. The reason is the same. In this case, first else if condition is true, and that's why we have got this result. Let's change the condition in second else if statement, and instead of composer, write the same value, doctor. You see that the both conditions in else if statements are true. You may expect to get both results in console. Let's see what happens. Still, we have the result from the first else if statement. That's because, as we already said, when the engine finds true condition, then it terminates executing all the remaining statements. Alright, now change once again the value of profession into, let's say, engineer. Reload the page, and you see that professions do not match. It means that all the conditions are false and else statement is executed. As we said, remember that we can use it only once. Alright, in order to check multiple conditions simultaneously in JavaScript, we can use another type of operators, which is called logical. Logical operators are used to determine the logic between variables or values. We have three types of logical operators: logical AND, which is expressed with two ampersands; logical OR, which is written by double vertical bars; and logical NOT, which is an exclamation mark. Let's consider how each of these operators work. For demonstrating them, I'm going to use if-else statements. As we said, the logical operators allow us to compare multiple conditions. So when we use AND operator with two conditions, then both of them have to be true in order to be the whole expression true. Write if, then 5 triple equals to 5. Use here AND operator, and then the second condition, 4 triple equals to 4. Then if this condition is true, run in console, condition is true, and if it's false, then use else statement and run in console, condition is false. Reload the page, and you see the condition is true. The reason is that 5 triple equals 5 is true, and 4 triple equals 4 is true as well. Therefore, the whole condition is true. Because of that, the comparison operators have higher precedence than logical operators. The engine at first compares the numbers, and after that it checks if the condition is true or false for logical AND operator. If we make one of the conditions false, for example 5 triple equals to 4, then the whole condition will be false and we will get condition is false in console. Alright. The difference between logical AND and logical OR is that if one of the condition is true, then the whole condition is still true for logical OR operator. So you see that the condition on the left side is false, but the condition on the right side is true. And that's why we get condition is true in console. Logical OR operator gives us false value when both conditions are false. So write 4 triple equals to 3. Now both sides are false and therefore the whole condition is false. Okay. The last logical operator, not, gives us always an opposite value. If the condition is true, then it returns false. So if we write here not true, we will get condition is false. Alright, so let's briefly describe the logical operators that we have just discussed. Logical AND gives us true value when both conditions are true. If one of them or both of them are false, then it gives us false. Logical OR gives us true value if both conditions are true or one of them is true. If both conditions are false, then it gives us false. As for logical NOT, it gives us opposite values. If the condition is true, it gives us false and vice versa. Okay, in this lecture we have discussed else-if statement and logical operators. Now it's time to practice. In the coming videos, the coding task and a little quiz are waiting for you. So let's go ahead. This is the lecture where you will have your first coding task. We have already discussed some basic things in JavaScript. You already have some knowledge and let's use it in practice. This is a simple task which is based on multiple conditions. Imagine that we have two students, John and Nick. They've got this course on exam. The exam had a lower passing limit and we wonder if both of them or one of them passed an exam or failed. In order to do this task, you will need to use conditional statements with logical operators. Here we have 7 steps which will guide and help you. At first, you need to create variables for this course of students and set the values as 80 and 45. Then you need to create another variable which will represent the lower limit for passing the exam, and it is 51. Third step is to write the condition in if statement which will check if both students have passed an exam and then log the result in console. Next, you need to use else if statement in order to check if one of the students has passed an exam and again log the result in console. After that, in order to display in console that both students have failed, you will need to use else statement. Last step is to find out which student has passed an exam and display in console the student's name with its relevant score. To the end, you need to test all the possible cases. I mean, if both students passed, if John passed and Nick failed, then if Nick passed and John failed, and the last, both students failed. For doing that, you can simply change the values of the scores which were set initially as 80 and 45. If you are already familiar with JavaScript, then it will be very easy for you. But if you have trouble with doing this task, don't worry, you will see the solution of it. But I would like to recommend to try your best and find somehow the solution. Alright, let's go ahead. Good luck. I'm sure that you could do this coding task, at least try it hard to find the solution. But if not, let's do it together. So the first step was to create the variables to represent scores of exams for John and Nick and set the values as 80 and 45. So let's create variables. Score of John equals to 80 and then score of Nick equals to 45. The next step is to create the variable to set the lower limit for passing the exam and assign to it the value as 51. Let's do it. Write variable pass equals to 51. Alright, let's move on to the main part of the task. Third step tells us to write condition in if statement, which will check if both students have passed an exam and log the result in console. So create if statement. The condition should be the following. If we want to check if both students have passed an exam, then we have to write score of John is greater than or equal to pass. After that, we have to use logical AND operator in order to check both conditions simultaneously. So write AND, then score of Nick is greater than or equal to pass. And then in order to display the result in console, write console.log, both students passed. Reload the page, and you see that we have nothing. As you remember, logical AND operator needs the both conditions to be true, and because of that, the score of Nick is less than pass, the condition is false. Alright, let's move on to the next step, which tells us to use else if statement in order to check if one of the students has passed an exam and log the result in console. Let's do it. Write else if statement with the following condition: score of John is greater than or equal to pass. Here we need to use logical OR operator because it allows us to check if one of the conditions or both of them are true. So write score of Nick is greater than or equal to pass, and then run in console. One of the students passed. Reload the page and you see that one of the students passed. Let's explain what has happened here. Because of that, we got the result of else if statement. It proves that only one condition is true in else if. Because if both were true, we would get the result of if statement and not else if. In other words, if the condition of if statement was true, the engine would terminate executing all remaining codes. Make sense? If not, you can pause the video and try to figure out on your own. Alright, let's move on to the next step, which asks to use else statement in order to display in console that both students have failed. It's very simple to do. Just write your else statement and then run in console. Both of the students failed. Alright. The next step is a bit interesting. It tells us the following: in case of passing the exam by one of the students, find out which one was that and display in console as an additional information the student name and his points. So we already know that one of these students passed the exam. We can find out which one was that with a very simple condition. But in order to do that, we have to pass another if statement inside the else if statement. The student who has passed an exam obviously has to have higher score than the other one. So write it as the condition: if score of John is greater than score of Nick, then run in console the text, and it is John with, place here the variable score of John plus points. So if John has the higher score, then this condition will be true and we will get in console John with its score. If not, then we need the following else statement. Write console.log and it is Nick with, place here score of Nick and then again points. Alright, we can say that the task is almost done. Let's reload the page and you see that we have one of the students passed and it is John with 80 points. The last thing that we're going to do is to test all the possible cases. Suppose that Nick has also passed the exam, so write as the value of score of Nick, for example 75. Then reload and you see that both of them passed. The next case we have already seen, so let's skip it. And now suppose that John failed and Nick passed. So write 49 to the score of John and reload. You see that we have Nick here. And the last possible case is that when both of them have failed. So write 45 for Nick reload, and you see the result from else statement. Both of the students failed. Alright, the task is done. I hope that you have enjoyed it. Throughout the course you will meet more and more interesting coding tasks. And now, as I promised, a little quiz is waiting for you. Let's go ahead and check your knowledge. Good luck. Hello and welcome to the next part of our course. In previous section we have covered the very basics of JavaScript language, which I hope you have really enjoyed. And now it's time to move on and learn things that will take your JavaScript knowledge from basic level to an intermediate one. In this section you're going to go deeper and learn how to deal with functions. You will learn about what kind of non-primitive data types exist in JavaScript. I mean, you will introduce to this stuff like arrays, objects. Besides that, we will learn about several types of loops and we'll see how they work. Also, we will cover and introduce to date object and its built-in methods. After all of this stuff, you will be able to build your very first JavaScript application, which will be a digital clock. At the end of the course, again, you can test your knowledge with another more interesting and a bit complicated coding task. Also, you will be able to do the quiz. So in this section, our journey will become much more interesting because we're going to be covering a bit more complex things than previously, and also we'll meet more and more interesting and complicated coding examples. So it's time to move on. It's time to refer to another very important aspect in JavaScript, which is called functions. Because of that, this section is about from basics to intermediate JavaScript. We will discuss what the functions just are and how they work. But in coming sections, you will see how they act in advanced JavaScript. Sometimes you may need to write some code and then repeat this code over and over again. This is the case when we use functions. They allow us to minimize the amount of our code, and they are very flexible to use. Let's see what the functions really are. Functions let you group a series of statements together to perform a specific task. So as we said, if different parts of a script repeat the same task, you can reuse the function rather than repeat the same set of statements. Alright. In order to create a function, we need to write keyword function, followed by the function name. That name should describe the task function is performing. Then we have to place parentheses in which we can pass parameters. We use parameters when functions need to be provided with information in order to achieve a given task. The steps that the function needs to do in order to perform this task are written in a code block inside the curly braces. The code block consists of one or more statements, and you do not write the semicolon after the closing curly brace like you do it after the usual statements. Alright, let's write something inside the code block. Console.log hello world. Reload the page, and you see that we have nothing here. So the statements in a function are not always executed when the page loads. In order to do that, you need to call, or in other words, invoke the function. It's very simple to do. You just need to write function name with parentheses. So we've got here hello world in console. Alright, now write a bit more complex example. Suppose that person is passing an exam and trying to enroll in university or at least in college. For that, the person needs to get the proper score. So write the function and call it passExam. I'm going to use here two parameters, name of the student and score. Then imagine that in order to pass in university, it's required to get at least 71 points. So create new variable, call it passUni, and assign to it the value 71. And after that, create another variable which will be lower limit for passing an exam in college. Write variable pass call equals to 51. Okay. Now we are going to use if statement. We are already familiar with that. At first, let's check if the person could enroll in university. So write if score is greater than or equal to passUni. Then run in console. place here name parameter plus has enrolled in university with, and here we need score, then plus points. So if this condition is false, which means that he or she has got lower score than the limit in university was required, then we need to use else if statement, which will check if person could enroll in college. So write else if, and the condition score is greater than or equal to pass call. Then inside the curly braces, write console.log, then copy it from if statement and just change university into college. And the next possible case is to fail. For that, let's use else statement and then running console name plus has failed. Alright, function is ready, but as we said, in order to execute all those codes, we need to call it. So write the name of the function, pass exam, and pass here the relevant arguments. Write John as the name of the student and score 75. Reload the page, and you see that we have here John has enrolled in university with 75 points. That's the power of functions. For every next student, you don't need to write this code again. You just need to call this function over and over again and just change the arguments. So let's do it. Write pass exam, then place here as the name Mary and as score 65. Then do the same again and pass here arguments as Bob and then 45. Reload, and we have the proper results. John has enrolled in university with 75 points, Mary has enrolled in college with 65 points, and Bob has failed. Alright, you may notice that sometimes I set parameters and then arguments, so let me explain what is the difference between them. When the function was declared, you saw the words name and score used. These words act in the same way as variables, so they are called parameters. But when the function was called, we specified real names and actual scores of the students that were used to get the results. These values are called arguments. Make sense? So those are parameters and those are arguments. Alright, suppose that score consists of quiz score and essay score points. We can create the function which will calculate the total score. Write function and call it calculate score. Then insert here two parameters for quiz score and for essay score. Then inside code block create the variable score, which equals to quiz score plus essay score. So in order to get the score value, we need to use special keyword return. The return statement stops the execution of a function and returns the value from that function. In this case, we want to get score value, therefore we have to write return score. Now let's call this function as the argument inside the passExam function and set the arguments for that function, for example, as 40 for quiz score and 30 for essay score. So this function will calculate score value and return it as an argument for passExam function. Reload the page, and you see John has enrolled in college with 70 points. 70 is the sum of 30 and 40, which are the arguments of the calculate score function. Make sense? Okay. So in this lecture we have discussed what the functions are in JavaScript, how they work, and what are they used for. Let's move on. In the previous video we have seen how to create functions. This way of creating function is called function statement. But there is another way of defining functions which is called function expression. Before we actually see what the function expressions are, let's consider what expression generally means in JavaScript. For that, it will be better to compare expressions and statements. You already know what statements are. Statements are instructions to be executed by the web browser, and statement doesn't produce an immediate value. As for the expression, it produces a value and can be written wherever a value is expected. Alright. We have already learned what if statement is. It uses conditions and the block of code. It tells browser how to act in different cases and situations depending on whether condition is true or false. So if is a statement, and as we said, the statement itself doesn't produce a value. Alright, now let's use console to demonstrate what expressions are. Write a equals to 5 plus 5. It's 10. This is an expression because it gives us value 10. Then write 10 triple equals to a. It's an expression too because it gives us true, which is a boolean value. So again, statement is an instruction to the browser and it doesn't give us a value. An expression always produces a value. Alright. Based on that, now let's consider what function expressions are. At first, create simple function and call it add. Then place your parameters a and b. And inside curly braces, as a code block, write console.log a plus b. This is a standard function declaration and it's called function statement. So when we call it with some arguments, 5 and 10, it gives to the browser instruction to execute the code inside the function, like it was in case of if statement. And we have here 15. Alright, we can define functions in a different way. I mean to assign them to the variable as a value. It's called function expression. So create variable and call it sum. Then assign to it function with parameters a and b, and then write console.log a plus b. So here, this is a function statement, and this is function expression. You may notice that I didn't set function name for function expression. This kind of functions are called anonymous functions because they do not have names. You may also wonder how can we call the function without name, and it's possible using the variable name. So let's call this function, write sum with the arguments 10 and 15. Reload and it's 25. Alright, there is one important difference between function expressions and function statements. Let's at first call add function before function declaration. Reload, and you see it still works. Now let's do the same for function expression. Then reload the page, and you see we have type error, which tells us that sum is not a function. For now, just remember it because the reason of that difference is an issue of hoisting. Hoisting is one of the topics regarding how JavaScript works behind the scenes, and as we said, it will be discussed in coming sections. Alright, so in this lecture we have discussed how to define functions in different ways. What is difference between function statements and function expressions? Functions are more complex things in JavaScript, but at this point, the basic knowledge regarding them is enough for you. Okay, let's go ahead. It's time to talk about next very important aspect. I'm going to discuss what arrays are in JavaScript. Array is a special type of a variable. It doesn't store just one value, it stores a list of values. Arrays are especially helpful when you do not know how many items a list will contain, because when you create the array, you do not need to specify how many values it will hold. Alright. You create an array and give it a name just like you would do for any other variable using the var keyword, followed by the name of the array. The values are assigned to the array inside a pair of square brackets, and each value is separated by a comma. Let's write names, for example, John, then Bob, and Mary. In this case, we have an array which consists of string values, but you can pass either strings or numbers or any data type you would like. You're able to create an array with different data types simultaneously, like strings, numbers, Boolean values, even arrays, and so on. This technique of creating array is known as array literal. It's usually the preferred method for creating arrays. As you noticed, we can use array to store multiple values inside one variable. This is very convenient and helpful because it allows us to avoid creating multiple variables at the same time. Let's log it in console, right? Console.log array. So here we have our array. Values in an array are accessed as if they are in a numbered list. It's important to note that the numbering of this list starts at 0 and not 1. Each item in an array is automatically given a number and it's called an index. This can be used to access specific items in the array. So you see that the first item, John, has an index number 0, the second item has index 1, and etc. The same we have for the sixth member, which is itself an array, and it consists of 3 values, and they are numbered in the same way as well. You can also see here length, which is a property of an array, and it shows us the number of items array includes. As you see, the main array consists of 6 items, and the second array consists of 3 values. Length is a very useful property, and it's frequently used when we deal with arrays. Below the length property, you can see underscore underscore proto underscore underscore, but you can just ignore it because we will talk about it in coming sections. Alright, in order to access on the specific item of array, we can do it using index. So if you need to access, for example, on the first item, John, you need to write the name of the array and in the square brackets, the index number of the item. As you remember, numbering of the items always starts with 0, so John has the index number 0. Let's reload, and you see we have John. In the same way, you can access on the other items. Let's change 0 to 1, and you see we've got the second item. In order to get access on items of array which is placed inside the main array, at first we need to have access on the main array itself. So write index number 5. So we have accessed on array, but in order to access on the item of it, we need to write following. Open another square brackets and write the index of specific item. Reload, and you see 2, which is the second item of the second array. Alright, as we said, we can pass into array any kind of data type and even the functions. Let's see how to do it. But before that, let's organize our code, make some white spaces here. You may remember that JavaScript allows us to use multiple white spaces for better readability. Then write function. In this case, we don't need to assign name to the function because we can call it using variable name and proper index number. As you remember, this kind of functions are called anonymous functions because they don't have names. Let's pass here the parameter name, and then inside curly braces write return hello plus name. At first, let's access on the function itself, write index number as 6, reload, and we have our function here. In order to invoke it, we just need to add parentheses after the square brackets, and also as the argument, let's pass the first item of the array, which is John, and which has the index number 0. Reload, and you see that function is called and the code is executed. We have here hello John. Alright, we can create array using another method which is called array constructor. For that we need keyword new, which is an operator. It's followed by the word array, starting with capital letter, and inside the parentheses we can pass list of values. Let's log array in console, and you see that we have here our newly created array. Alright, using first method, which was literal notation, is much better than array constructor because of less typing and also for simplicity, readability and execution speed, so I recommend always to use it. Okay, in this lecture we have considered what arrays are, how to create them with literal notation and array constructor. As for the array methods, see you in the next video. Let's continue talking about arrays. We have several functions in JavaScript which we can use with arrays. Those functions are built-in and they are called as array methods. These methods make arrays more powerful and useful things in JavaScript. Before we actually demonstrate them, I would like to show you how we can change values dynamically in array. Let's create variable colors and insert here some colors: white, black, and red. Generally, we can change any of the values inside array. For example, if we want to change the value of the second item, which is black, we can simply access on that item and assign new value with equals operator. Write colors and indicate the index number 1 and write here the value as green. Let's log colors in console. And you see that black is removed and it's replaced with green. Alright, let's talk about methods and demonstrate how some of them work. Suppose that we want to add item to array. In this case we can use method which is called push. It's very frequently used in JavaScript. This method adds a new element at the end of an array. So write colors.push and as an argument place here the color blue. Reload, and you see that blue color is added at the end of the array. And the length of the array has increased and became 4. Okay, as we said, push method adds the element at the end of the array, and in order to remove element from the end, we need to use another method which is called pop. So write colors.pop. Because of that, methods are functions, we always need to use parentheses with them. Reload, and you see that blue has removed. So push method has added the item and pop method has removed it. Both happened at the end of the array. Alright, if we need to remove or add the items at the beginning of the array, there are two methods for doing that, which are shift and unshift. Write colors.shift, then reload, and you see that first item is removed at the beginning of the array. Now let's add item. For that use unshift method. Write colors.unshift, and as an argument let's insert here the color purple. Reload, and you see that we have purple at the beginning of the array. Alright, the next and last method that we are going to demonstrate is indexOf. It's very useful and also it's frequently used. This method searches the array for the specified item and returns its position. So if we want to get the index number of red color in the array, we need to write colors.indexOf, and as an argument let's write here red color. Reload, and we got 2 because the index number of red color is 2. Let's search another color which is not actually in the array. Change red into, for example, brown. then reload, and you see that we have -1. It means that the color brown wasn't found in the array, and the index of method returned -1. Generally, when we use index of method and item is not found, it always returns -1. Alright, let's demonstrate how index of method is used with a little example. I'm going to use here if statement and check if the array includes blue color. Write the condition colors.indexOf, then insert here blue color, triple equals to -1. So if this condition is true, then it means that blue color doesn't exist in the array, and then I'm going to add the mentioned color using push method. So write colors.push and insert here blue. Then display colors in console. Write console.log colors, reload, and you see that blue color is added to the array because the condition in the if statement was true. This little example shows the usefulness of the index of method. Okay, it was array methods. There are lots of useful and helpful methods regarding arrays which you will meet throughout the course. Alright, let's move on. As you remember, at the beginning of our course we said that almost everything is an object in JavaScript. It means that we refer one of the most important part of JavaScript. So, what is an object? Objects group together a set of variables and functions to create a model of something you would recognize from the real world. In JavaScript, objects are represented as collections of a name-value pairs. It is a simple and efficient way to collect variables and functions together. Objects can have properties and methods. Properties can be primitive data types like strings, numbers, booleans, or even arrays, an object itself. As for the methods, they are functions which are passed inside the objects in order to perform a specific task. In order to demonstrate it clearer, imagine that in real life, object can be compared to person, which has first name, last name, age, profession, height, and all of these components can describe the person like as properties of objects. In the same way, we can compare behavior of the person like speak, run, work, sing, read, to methods of the objects. As it was in case of arrays, we can create objects with different methods. I hope that you remember what I'm talking about. These two different ways are literal notation, which is commonly used, and constructor notation with keyword new. Okay, let's create object using second method, which is a constructor notation. Write variable person equals to new object. Let's see what we get in console. Write console.log person. You see that we have empty curly braces. It means that we have created an empty object because the curly braces always represent an object. In order to add the properties to that empty object, you can do it using dot. So write person dot first name equals to John. Dot is also operator like other operators, for example arithmetical, comparison, and logical that you already know. Dot is called as member access operator, and you can look at operator precedence table where you will find that. It has the highest precedence number after the grouping operator, which is parentheses, and associativity as left to right. So we can use dot operator to create, access, or dynamically change the value of the property in object. Let's add another property to our person object, but in this case use another method where we use square brackets as the operator and inside them the property which should be placed within quotes. Write person, then open square brackets, and within quotes write last name, which equals to Smith. Reload, and you see that we have added another property to our object, but in this case using different type of operator. Alright, let's look at the operator precedence table. You can find brackets after dot operator. They have the same precedence number and the same associativity. In order to output the specified property of an object, we have to write here console.log person.firstName and then console.log person. Use here different syntax. Write in square brackets last name. Reload, and you see the properties in console separately. Using both operators we get same results, but using dot operator is more popular and it's commonly used. However, both methods have their advantages and disadvantages. Let's add another property to person. Let's say job. Write it in square brackets and then assign to it the value instructor. Reload, and we have another property here, job, with its value instructor. Okay, now create the variable, call it job, and assign value profession. So here brackets syntax approach allows us to use variable in order to change property name of person object. So if we write here variable name job, then we will get the new property profession, which is actually the value of variable job. Let's try to do the same with the dot operator. Create another variable and assign the value of first name, which is property of person object. Then change first name into name and see what happens. Instead of first name, we got name, which is just a new property, and also you can notice that here we have undefined, because the property first name is no longer available. So when we wrote name after dot operator, JavaScript engine didn't link it to variable name, which was created up here. So this is one of the distinctions between dot operator and brackets. Okay, if we want to change the value of property, we can do it dynamically as it was in case of arrays. Just simply write person.name equals to Bob. Reload, and you see that John is changed into Bob. Alright, let's get rid of these codes, we don't need them anymore, and create new properties. Write again person.firstName equals to John, then person.lastName equals to Smith. As you remember, we said at the beginning of this lecture that we can add as the property an object itself. And now let's do it. At first create new object. Write person.son equals to new object. Let's run it in console and see what we have. Console.log person. So you see that there is created new empty object son inside the person object, and in order to add new properties to it we can use again dot operator. At first we need to access on this son object, so write person.son and then add new property, use again dot operator and then write property name and assign the value as Nick. Let's add another property, so write person.son.age equals to 5. Reload, and here we have son object with its properties, name Nick and age 5. Alright, in this video we have used object constructor notation in order to demonstrate better the things we have just discussed. In the next video you will learn about object literal notation and also the methods of objects. Let's move on. In previous video we have learned about what an object is and we have used constructor notation method to create them. But as you remember, we said that it's not kind of preferred method in real life. There is a better, more convenient and much quicker way to create objects, and it's called literal notation. So as you know, when we use constructor notation, we write here variable person equals to new object. Let's run it again in console and see how it works. So we have an empty object which is represented with curly braces. And those curly braces is exactly what we need in literal notation method. Let's delete this new object and instead of it write just curly braces. Reload, and you see nothing is changed because we have just created new empty object again, but using a different way. Curly braces is not an operator like dot or square brackets operator. When JavaScript engine sees empty curly braces, it knows that it has to create an object. In order to add properties to person object, we have just to write property names inside curly braces, then colon, and the value. Reload. So we have first name, John. If we want to add more properties, we do it in the same way, but you need to note that we have to separate them by commas. Let's add other properties, last name, Smith, and age 27. Alright, for better readability, like it was in case of arrays, let's organize our code. It's more convenient, better to read and preferred way when we work with objects. In case of constructor method, to get the same result, we needed to write variable person1 equals to new object. Then for adding each property, we needed to write every time person1 dot first name equals to Bob. Then person1 dot last name equals to Doe, and eventually the result is same. So you can see how convenient is literal notation method. The code is clearer, it's easy to read, and we type less. But regardless of that, you are able to add properties and methods using dot or brackets operator in case of literal notation method as well. So I recommend to use literal notation. Alright, let's remove this code and now create inside person another object. We can do it in the exact same way. We need to use curly braces. So write daughter with its properties, name as Mary, and age 5. Reload, and again we have a new object inside person object. To access on the values of the properties is the same as it was in constructor notation method. So let's get the value from daughter object. Let's duplicate console.log in order to avoid typing the same each time, and add daughter.name. Reload, and we have Mary. Alright, let's talk about functions in object, which are called methods. In order to pass the function inside an object, at first we have to write method name, and we have to do it in the same way as it was for the properties. So write my function, then assign to it function. We always use here anonymous functions, which is a function without name. We use anonymous functions here because we can call them using method names. Let's see it. Write console.log hello world, and then in order to call this method, write person dot my function. Because of that, we have console.log inside the function. We do not need to write it again when we call this function. Reload the page, and here we have hello world. Alright, let's make our example more complex and use the properties inside the function. But before that, let's pass some parameters here. For example, daughter name, then father name, and daughter age. And then write in console daughter name plus is a daughter of, then place here second parameter father name, then again some text and she is, then we need here daughter age, and finally years old. Alright, now pass the arguments here and use the properties of person object. As daughter name we should write here person dot daughter dot name. Then as the father name write person dot first name. And as for the age of daughter, let's write person dot daughter dot age. Reload, and we have Mary is a daughter of John and she is 5 years old. Alright, we can pass new object as the argument on the fly, I mean when we call the function. For that we need only one parameter because we are going to use object as an argument. Let's place here as a parameter par, then create an object on the fly, write daughter name as Jesse, then father name Michael, and as daughter age write here 5. As we already know, to get the values of the properties from the object we need to use dot operator. So write to all the properties par dot. So again we have passed a single parameter inside our method, then we passed on the fly an object as an argument and used its property values. Reload, and we have Jessie is a daughter of Michael and she is 5 years old. Alright, you already know much about objects, but because of that JavaScript is an object-based language. We need to go deeper and learn advanced things regarding objects, and you will do it throughout the course. But for now, for the basic level, it's really excellent. Let's go ahead. Alright, let's discuss another very important thing in JavaScript and also in all programming languages. It's time to talk about loops. If you want to run the same code over and over again, each time with a different value, then you have to use loops. Looping means repeating a block of code when a condition is true. So loops check condition. Okay, let's actually see what I'm talking about. To demonstrate how powerful tool the loop is, let's create an array and place inside it some names, John, Nick, then Bob, Michael, and Mary. Now suppose that we want to output in console each item of array at the same time. So what can we do? We have to access on each item and then log them in console separately, like this. Console.log array with index number 0. Let's duplicate it 4 times and change the index numbers. Reload, and you see that we have the names from array, the result what we wanted to get. How do you think, is that the best way? Of course not, because we had to type a lot. We use specified index number for each item in order to access on them. Here we had just only 5 items and was a bit easy to do that, but imagine that sometimes we may have dozens of them. Then it will be crazy, right? So we need something else, and it's loop. To avoid using such inconvenient way and also much typing, we can simply use for loop. At first let's demonstrate how we have to write it syntactically. We need to use keyword for followed by parentheses, in which we have to write some expressions and conditions. First of all, we need to create a variable which will be initializer or counter. In most cases, the name of the variable is I, which stands for initializer. So if we want to output names from array starting with John, then we need to assign to the variable I the value 0. Because as you know, John is the first item of array and its index number is 0. After the end of the first statement, we need to place semicolon, which is followed by the condition. So array consists of 5 items. Because of that, the last item, Mary, has the index number 4. Then we need as a condition to write I is less than 5. And the last statement, we need to write I++. It's actually an arithmetical operator and it's called increment operator. And it's the same as I equals to I plus 1. Using increment operator, after each step, the value is increased by 1. Alright, the last we have to do is to run this in console, write console.log, array, and in square brackets, write the variable I. Reload, and you see that we have again the names from array. For loop gave us the same result. So I believe you guessed that it's more powerful, dynamic, and flexible way. Okay. Let's see deeper what has happened here and how for loop actually works in general. When for loop is on global level, it means that it's not inside a function. Then JavaScript engine immediately executes the code. We don't need to call it, as it was in case of functions. Each step in loop, I mean the whole cycle, is called as an iteration. At first, JavaScript engine sees that variable I equals to 0. Then it checks the condition. Because of that, 0 is less than 5, the condition is true and it prints in console first item from array, John. Before the first iteration is ended, I is updated to 1 using increment ++ operator. So update of variable I from 0 to 1 happens exactly after the executing of the code block inside curly braces. In this case, JavaScript engine prints the value John, which has the index number 0. After that starts second iteration, and as we said, I is already updated to 1. 1 is less than 5. The condition is again true, and JavaScript engine prints the item of array, which has the index number 1. And it's Nick. Then again it goes back to I++, updates I and increases it to 2. Then starts third iteration, and in the same way the third item Bob is printed. So loop is continued while the condition becomes false. So when I becomes 5, the condition is false and the loop stops execution. You may wonder why JavaScript engine doesn't go back to first expression where variable I equals to 0 after each iteration. If it acts like this, then after each iteration I would be 0 again, and we would get infinitely the first item of array John, and that would crash the browser. So that's why the engine executes this expression only once at the beginning of the loop, and also that's the reason why it's called initialization. Alright, imagine that we don't know how many items the array has, and also we want to output all of them. So what can we do? The solution is to use the property of array, which I hope you remember from the previous videos, and it's called length, which you see here. We have 5 items, and therefore length of the array is 5. So we can use it instead of 5. Reload, and you see that we have same output. It's better to use length property because it will work whether you know or not how many items the array has. Alright. Let's make our example a bit complex, and also I would like to show you some features of the statements that we can use with loops. Get rid of this line and use if statement. Suppose that Bob is my brother and I want to find it in array names using loop and then output it. Write if statement inside the loop and insert the following condition. Array I triple equals to Bob. So this condition will be true when loop reaches the third iteration, and when the condition is true, let's print out the following, right? Console.log array I plus is my brother. Reload, and we have Bob is my brother. In order to output other items as well, we need to write outside if statement console.log array I. So here we have all existing items. Now suppose that we want to stop the loop when the condition is true inside if statement. For that we can use the break statement. So when JavaScript engine sees the break statement, it stops looping, and it doesn't matter whether the condition is true or false inside for loop. Reload, and you see the first two items of the array, then the output Bob is my brother, and after it the for loop is stopped. Suppose that we want to output all the items in array except Bob. For that we can use another statement which is called continue. So let's write continue, reload, and we have all the items except Bob. Alright, let's see what continue exactly does. The continue statement breaks one iteration in the loop if a specified condition occurs and continues with the next iteration in the loop. So in this case, when the condition inside if statement is true, then it executes this line of code. Then JavaScript engine is going to output Bob, but it sees the continue statement. Therefore it breaks the current iteration and moves directly to the next iteration and prints Michael and then Mary. So this line of code is executed because it's written before continue statement. If we place continue before that line, then it won't be executed. And you see that Bob is my brother no longer appears. Alright, in this lecture we have learned what for loop is and how it works. Let's move on to the next video. In previous video we have talked about and described how for loop works. And now it's time to consider other types of loops, which are while and do while. While loop does actually almost the same work as for loop. The main difference between them is in syntax. As you remember, in case of for loop we had three statements in parentheses: initialization, condition, and increment or decrement. As for the while loop, the counter is created outside it. Then we need to write keyword while. Inside parentheses we have only the condition. And inside curly braces we have a block of code where we can put the increment or decrement of the counter. So let's write console.log I and then I++. Reload the page, and we have here numbers from 0 to 10, because in while loop we had condition I is less than or equal to 10. Okay, as you see, I++ is written after the console, but if we place it before console, then we will get the numbers from 1 to 11. It seems a little bit strange, so let me explain what has happened here. As you know, in case of for loop, the value of counter was updated after the execution of the code block. In this case, we see that I is set as 0. It means that we have 0 is less than or equal to 10 in condition. Then JavaScript engine continues reading codes line by line. It sees I++ and updates its value from 0 to 1. And that's the reason why we got 1 as the first number instead of 0. And also, that's why the result ends with 11. When I becomes 10, then the condition is true, but because of that we have I++ before console.log, then the value of I becomes 11 for the last iteration. Make sense? Alright. This will may cause unexpected results when we use while loop with arrays in practice. Let's see what I mean. Create array of colors and insert here some colors: white, red, then green and blue, and use while loop to output the items of the array. set the counter as 0, then create while where the condition I is less than colors.length, and inside the curly braces run in console colors I and then I++. Reload, and you see we have our colors in order. But if we place I++ before console.log, then you see that the first item is skipped, and after the last item we have undefined. The reason is same. For the last iteration I became 4, and we know that item with index number 4 doesn't exist in the array, and that's why we got undefined. Alright, the next that I want to show you is do-while loop. The do-while loop is like the while loop, but it executes the block of code once before checking if the condition is true or false. If it's true, then do-while loop will continue looping as long as the condition is true. At first we write the keyword do, then inside the curly braces we need to write block of code, write again console.log colors I, and then the increment I++. After that, we have to write the keyword while with its condition. Let's reload the page, and again we have colors from the array. As we said, in case of for and while loops, the execution of block of code would not start and execute if the conditions are false. But in case of do-while loop, it doesn't matter whether condition is true or false, the first iteration will be always executed. So if we make here condition false and write I is greater than colors.length, then we will get only the first item from the array, which is white. So remember that in case of do-while loop, at first the code is executed and then the condition is checked. If it's true, the loop is continuing to work accordingly before the condition becomes false. This is the main difference between while and do-while loops. Alright, so in this lecture we have learned what while and do-while loops are and how they work. Let's move on. In this video we are going to talk about dates in JavaScript. It's a very important aspect in web development, especially when your websites or web applications have the relationship with the users. I mean that sometimes you may need to get date of the user registration, or you may need to check the time of the payment and many others. In all of these cases, you need to know how to deal with dates. Alright. In order to work with the dates, you have to create an instance of the date object. You can then specify the time and date that you want it to. The syntax is the same as it's for creating any object with a constructor notation. Let's create variable and call it date and assign to it date object. By default, when you create a date object, it will hold today's date and the current time. So let's log in console the variable date. Then reload, and let's see what we have here. So the first is the day of the week. Today we have Wednesday. Then it's followed by the date. Today is the 24th of January 2018. Then we have the current time, which is followed by the time zone. When you use date object without setting any specific date of time, JavaScript engine always gives you current date and time. So if you reload the page again, the time will be updated. If you look at the seconds, you will notice that it's changing on every refresh. Okay. You need to note that the current date and time is determined by the computer's clock. If the user is in a different time zone than you, their day must start earlier or later than yours. Also, if the internal clock on their computer has the wrong date or time, the date object could reflect this by holding the wrong date. If we change the time zone from computer settings, let's set something else here. then it will be updated accordingly. You can manually set the different date and the time. There are several formats and ways of doing that. I'm going to show you one of them, which is a new date string format. You need to write inside the parentheses, for example, January 20, then the year 2020, and then the time, for example, 10:14. Reload, and you see that current date and time is changed. It's the fixed time because if we refresh again, it won't be changed. Alright. Date object has its built-in methods in JavaScript. If you take a look on the screen, you will see commonly used date get methods, which let you to get a part of the date separately. If you use, for example, getDate method, you will get the day of the month as a number from 1 to 31. As for the getDay method, it gives you the week day as a number from 0 to 6. This range indicates the index numbers of the weekdays. You know that there are 7 days in a week, therefore you have index numbers from 0 to 6. You can use these index numbers to get the actual weekday names. As usually, the first day of the week has the index number 0, which is Sunday. Monday has 1, and so on. In the same way works the getMonth method, which is also based on index numbers. We have 12 months, and therefore we have index numbers from 0 to 11. You see here that there are other methods as well, like getFullYear, getHours, getMilliseconds, getMinutes, and getSeconds. Okay, there is another group of date object methods, and it's called setDate methods. Set methods are used for setting a part of date, so you can set the day of the month. You can also change current year. We can set month, hour, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. Alright, let's see some examples regarding date methods. Get rid of this date string and use current date. Reload. So here we have current date. In order to get the part of a date, for example year, we need to use getFullYear method. So create variable year and assign to it date.getFullYear. Then log it in console. Reload, and you see that we got current year from the date separately. In the same way, you can get other parts from date object. For example, let's get month and use here getMonth method. Create variable month and assign to it date.getMonth. Then log it in console as well. Reload. We have now January, which is the first month of the year. Because of that, the index numbers of the months are 0 based. We got the index number 0. Okay, let's use the set methods, which are used for setting the parts of the dates, and change, for example, the current year and month. Write date.setFullYear and indicate here 1990. Then set the month. Write date.setMonth and write here 11. So you see that the current year is changed from 2018 into 1990, and in the same way January is changed into December. Alright, there is one thing to note. If you create the variable and assign to it set method, write for example variable x, and then log it in console, then you will get a large number. Let me explain what is that. This number specifies the number of milliseconds since January the 1st of 1970. So if you count milliseconds from January 1st, 1970, you will get approximately the same number because it's changing on every refresh. It's not a very important issue at this point, and I'm not going to waste time on that. Working with date objects is a very simple. You can test other get and set methods on your own. Alright, Let's move on to the next video, in which we're going to build a little digital clock project. So let's go ahead. In previous video we have discussed what dateObject is, how to work with dateObject methods, and now I'm going to use it in practice. I want to build a simple digital clock project. Before we actually start, let's take a look on the final version of this project. So here we have the weekday name, then the digital clock which displays the current time and is working dynamically without refreshing or reloading the page. And also time is represented in 24-hour format. The project is not designed using CSS because I think that at this point it's not really important. We're going to create clock from scratch, and therefore I'm not going to waste time on styling it and writing CSS codes. You can feel free and design it if you wish on your own. Alright, first I'm going to create new folder on desktop and call it digital clock. Then open it in brackets and create a new file, index.html. Then create another file for JavaScript, call it script.js. The next that we are going to do is to create basic structure in HTML document. For that I will use the special extension Emmet, which is a great package for code editors. It allows us to write some codes in a short way. So in order to get the basic structure of HTML document, I need to write just the exclamation mark, then press the tab, and here we go. If you don't use Emmet package, you can just pause the video for a while and write it manually, or you can just download and use source files of this lecture. Alright, let's change the title of the page and write digital clock. Then link script.js file to index.html. You already know how to do that. Open script tags. And then in source attribute, indicate the name of the file, script.js. And the last thing that we have to do in HTML file is to create empty heading element with ID clock, which then will be used to display digital clock on the page. Okay, everything is ready for start. Let's run this file. Then turn off live preview mode and also open console tab. Alright, the first thing that we're going to do is to create main function in which we will put all this stuff to build the clock. So write function and call it digital clock. The next step is to get the current date and time using dateObject. So create variable date and assign to it dateObject. In order to explain well and test the code that we are writing better, let's call this function and then display the current date in console. Write console.log date. Alright, the next we need to get the current time, so I'm going to use getDateObject methods, which you already know from the previous video. In order to get current hour, we have to write variable hours equals to date.getHours. Let's display it in console, change date into hours. So here we have the current hour. The next, let's get the current minutes and use getMinutes method, create new variable minutes and assign to it date.getMinutes. Then again change hours into minutes in console.log and reload the page. So it works. And in the same way, get the current seconds, create again new variable, seconds, and assign to it date.getSeconds method. Change minutes into seconds. So if you take a look on the final project, you will see that before the clock, we have here the weekday name. So therefore we need to use another get method, which allows us to get the day of the week, create new variable and call it day, then assign to it date.getDay method. And then in console.log, change seconds into day. You see that we have 3 in console, which, as you remember, is the index number of the current day of week. Our clock will consist of hours, minutes, and seconds, and we need all of them always to be expressed with 2 digits. So let's start from hours, change here day into hours. You see that here we have 2 digits number, but after midnight we will have only 1 digit, and that would be a problem. So we need to fix it, and for that I'm going to use if statement, which will check the number of digits. So if the length of the characters is less than 2, then we need manually write 0 before the digit. In order to count the number of characters, we need to use a length property, which generally works with strings, but not with number values. Let's demonstrate it briefly in console. Write a equals to 15 and use a length property, write a.length. You see that it gives us undefined. But if we write a equals to 15 as the string and then use length property, we will get 2, which means that string consists of 2 characters. Alright, it means that we need to coerce hours, minutes, and seconds into string values. In order to do that, we can use a simple way, just plus to them empty strings. Because of the type coercion, those numbers will be coerced into string values. And after that, we are able to use length property. So create if statement and check if the number of digits is less than 2. As the condition, write hours.length is less than 2. If this condition is true, then we need to write hours equals 0 plus, again, hours. Let's do the same for minutes and seconds. Create if statement and write the condition minutes.length is less than 2. Then again, inside curly braces, write minutes equals to 0 plus minutes. And then create another if statement for seconds, write seconds.length is less than 2. And inside curly braces, write seconds equals 0 plus seconds. Alright, let's see as a result what we have already got. Create variable clock and display the current time in digital clock format. Assign to this variable hours plus, place here colon, then plus minutes, then again colon, and finally plus seconds. Run it in console, write console.log clock. Reload, and you see that we have current time in digital clock format. Okay, perfect. The next step is to define the relevant weekday name. We know that getDay method gives us the 0-based index numbers of the current days. In order to get the weekday name instead of the index number, it's perfect to use array, which also uses 0-based index numbers for its items. So create array and call it weekdays. Then insert here weekday names in kinda short way from Sunday to Saturday. In order to get the current day name, we need to use weekdays with the variable day, which will be passed inside square brackets as an index number. So we have to write weekdays and then in square brackets the variable day. Let's reload. And you see that we have current weekday name as Wednesday. I hope that everything is clear for you. If not, you can pause the video and think about it. I am sure that you will find out in everything because you already have enough knowledge regarding JavaScript basics. Alright, let's move on. It's time to display our clock on the page, and I'm going to use a method which actually is a part of document object model. It's the model for manipulating on web page. Some of you may already know what DOM is. The only purpose of using this method is just to display the clock on the page. So you don't have to worry if you see this method for the first time, because you will learn about it in the coming sections. In order to display the clock on the page, we need to access on heading element using ID attribute and display the clock as the content of it. So write document dot get element by ID. Inside parentheses, insert the ID clock. Then write inner HTML and assign to it variable clock. Reload, and you see that we have our digital clock with weekday name on the page. But we have here a little problem. It doesn't work dynamically yet. You need to refresh the page each time to get the current time. Let's fix that. Use one of the JavaScript built-in methods, which is called setInterval. The setInterval method calls a function at specified intervals, which are counted in milliseconds. So we need to write setInterval outside the main function. It uses two parameters. First one is function name, but we need to write it without parentheses. And the second one is the interval in milliseconds. So write here 1000. 1000 milliseconds means that the function will be called in every second. Let's reload the page, and you see that our digital clock is working dynamically without refreshing every time. Alright, congratulations, you have just built your first project, digital clock application using JavaScript. I know that it's a very simple one, but for the basic level it's really perfect. Our second section from basics to intermediate JavaScript is almost finished. You have already learned a lot of things, and before we actually finish this section, it's time to put all the stuff together that you have learned and do another coding task which will be more interesting and a bit complicated because we're going to use in it almost everything from what we have already learned. Okay, let's describe what the task is about. Suppose that we have 4 students, John, Bob, Nick and Alex. They have passed the final exam, which consists of 2 parts, and have got the scores, score 1 and score 2. The aim of our task is to evaluate the final scores of the students and output the final result in console. In order to do that, you need to follow the following steps. First, you need to create an array and call it students. This array should consist of 4 different objects. Those objects should have 3 properties: name, score 1, score 2, with the following values. Next step is about scores and degrees of diploma. So we suppose that students have chance to get different degrees of diploma like A, B, C, D, E, and those degrees are relevant to the following passing limits. So according to that, you need to create 2 arrays, first one for scores and second one for degrees. The next step is about calculating the total score of the students. For that, you need to create a simple function which will sum the scores, score 1 and score 2 for each student. After that starts the main part of our task. In this part, I'm not going to give you instructions for each line of code. I want you to figure out on your own, use your knowledge of JavaScript and try your best. So I give you general condition for the 4th step, which tells us to create function and use in it for loops, if-else statements, and whatever you need in order to figure out which student has passed an exam and what kind of degree of diploma he has got. And the last step is to display the final result in console, which should be like this. So here we see the result for each student. It tells us, for example, in case of John, that he passed final exam successfully and he has 93 points. and he got diploma with degree A. As for Bob, he got 47 points, has failed and has to try next year. Then we have results for Nick. He has 75 points and he got diploma with degree C. And the last student, Alex, has 89 points and he got diploma with degree B. Alright, that's all about our task. Again, I want you to try your best, find a solution which may be a little bit different than ours, because JavaScript allows us to get the same results using multiple ways. But anyway, if you have trouble with doing this task, then don't worry, you will see the solution of it in the next coming video. Okay, let's go ahead. Good luck. I hope that you have done this task correctly, or at least try to find solution, or may could find even better solution for our task. But anyway, let's go ahead and do it step by step. So the first step was to create an array students, insert their 4 items which should be objects, and have 3 properties: name, score 1, score 2, with the following values. So write variable students and pass the items as objects. We need to open curly braces and then create the properties: name John, then score 1 47 and score 2 46. Let's copy it and paste 3 times. We don't need this comma here. And also change the values, right here Bob and the scores as 23 and 24. Then Nick with scores 40 and 35. And the last student, Alex, change the scores here, write 44 and 45. Alright, the first step is done. The next is also a very simple one. We just need to create 2 arrays for scores and degrees. Let's do it. Create variable scores. And let's place here as items the passing limits: 91, 81, 71, 61, and 51. Then create variable degrees and insert items A, B, C, D, and E. Okay, let's see what is the next step. We need to create function which will calculate total score for each student. It's also the very simple step. So create function and call it calculate sum. This function will receive 2 parameters for score 1 and score 2. So let's place them in kind of short way. Then inside curly braces create new variable sum and assign to it score 1 plus score 2. And then in order to get the value sum, we have to return it. Alright, I'm sure that you didn't have any trouble to come to this point. Now it's time to start the main and more interesting part of this task. So we need to create function, and using this function we need to figure out which student has passed an exam and what kind of degree of diploma he has got. So create new function and call it calculate final. In order to see the results and also test the codes that we're going to write, let's call this function right below the name of this function. As you have just seen, we have created the general function for calculating the total score of students. Now we're going to use for loop and the mentioned calculate sum function in order to calculate the total score for each student, and after that add the result as the new property for our objects on the fly. Okay, let's do it. First create for loop. Variable I equals to 0. Then as a condition write I is less than students dot length. and then I++. As we said, we are going to add as the new properties sum of score 1 and score 2. So write students I dot sum. You remember that we were using dot notation in order to access and also to add the properties to objects. You also see that calculate sum function returns the value sum, and in order to assign it to new property, we need to call this function here and pass as the arguments score 1 and score 2 for each student. So write calculate sum, and as an argument write students I dot score 1, and then students I dot score 2. So again, calculate sum function gives us as a value the sum of score 1 and score 2, and we assign it as a value to the newly created property sum. Let's see in console what this code exactly does. Write console.log students, reload, and you can see array with our objects. If you take a look, you will see that objects have a new property sum with the total scores for each student, and again note that this property was created on the fly. Alright, now we need to check if student has passed an exam or not. We know that lower limit is 51 points, so we need to check if sum of scores is greater than or equal to 51. So create if statement with the condition students I dot sum is greater than or equal to 51. If this condition is true, if student has passed an exam, then log the result in console and write console.log students I, and use here name property plus passed final exam successfully. Reload, and you see that we got result for 3 students, John, Nick and Alex, and it tells us that they have passed final exam successfully. Alright, fine. The next step is to figure out what was the final score for each student, and according to that score, what kind of degree of diploma the student has got. For that I'm going to use again for loop, but before I do that I want to demonstrate, just for your information, how for loop works inside another for loop. Let's write below a simple example, but before that let's make a little border here. So create for loop, write variable I and assign to it the value 100. Then as a condition write I is less than 105, and then I++. Inside that for loop create another one, and let's use here as a counter variable x, assign to it 0, then write the condition x is less than 10, and then x++. Let's log in console the variable x, and then write outside console.log I. Reload the page. So you see we have numbers from 0 to 9 and then 100. Then again numbers from 0 to 9, then 101, and it continues like this until the condition becomes false. Let's see what has happened. Generally people are sometimes confused with that case because they think that when first for loop does its first iteration, I mean when I is 100, then the second for loop does one iteration too. But it's not true. So when first loop does its first iteration, then for loop inside it does all its iterations. You can obviously see it in this example. So here during first iteration when I is 100, the for loop inside does all its iterations and gives us the numbers from 0 to 9. And after that we have 100 from the first iteration, which belongs to the first for loop. Make sense? Okay. So we're going to use this case in our task. Let's comment it out and go back to our task, create another for loop and use another counter x, assign to it 0. We need this loop to iterate through array scores, so I'm going to use length property of scores, write as a condition x is less than scores.length, and then x++. Then we need to create another if statement inside for loop. Using this if statement, I'm going to compare total scores of the students to scores which actually define degree of the diploma. So write if, then students I dot sum is greater than or equal to scores x. So if this condition is true, if total score of the student is greater than or equal to the items inside array scores, then we need to get the result with the score and the degree which we need to get from the array degrees. You see that both arrays have the same length, and therefore if total score is greater than one of the items from scores, then we need to get its appropriate degree. So for example, if student score is greater than 91, then its relevant degree of diploma will be A. Make sense? So we need to write following, console.log, then he has, and plus students I.sum, then again plus some text here, points, and he got diploma with degree, and then plus degrees x. Again, we use degrees with index number x because scores and degrees arrays have the same length. Reload, and you see that we got results that you were not expecting. Let's explain it in case of John. We know that John has 93 points, which is greater than all the items in array scores. Therefore, the condition is true for all the iterations of for loop. And that's why we got 5 results instead of 1. So when the condition becomes true, then we need immediately to stop loop iterations. And for that, we need break statement. Let's reload, and you see that the problem is fixed. Okay, let's make here a little border for better readability. Reload. Now it's much nicer. Alright, almost everything is done, but you see that Bob is missing because he's failed and we need to show it. For that, create else statement, which will be a part of first if statement, where we have checked if student have passed an exam or not, and run in console students I.name plus got, then plus, and place here the sum of scores, students I.sum, and then plus points, has failed, and has to try next year. And then make again a little border, reload the page, and here we have Bob 2. Now we can say that finally our task is done. Okay, I think that everything was clear for you. You can test again the code we have written on your own. Also, you can feel free to add something to improve this task. I hope that you have enjoyed it, and now a little quiz is waiting for you. So let's move on. Hello and welcome to the next part of our course. You have already gone through the fundamentals of JavaScript and also have introduced some intermediate stuff of this programming language. And now it's time to move on and take a look on how JavaScript actually works behind the scenes. I would like to note that this part of our course is extremely important for you. If you want to become a better JavaScript developer, then you definitely need to know how this powerful programming language really acts, how JavaScript engine reads and executes the code. This stuff will give you ability to really understand what happens under the hood. In this section we will cover the topics like global execution context and global object, You will learn about what execution context, execution stack, scoping, and hoisting are. We're going to talk about some differences between objects and primitives. And also you will be introduced to one of the very important concepts in JavaScript, which is the special variable this. I would recommend to be more concentrated in this section and listen more carefully to the things which we are going to cover. At the end of this section, you will be able to test your knowledge and do the quiz. Nowadays, there are lots of online courses and tutorials with a lack of explaining the topics that we're going to cover in this part. Alright, if you're ready, then let's go ahead. You have already learned the main basic concepts of JavaScript. At the basic level, you can already write some JavaScript codes, solve some problems. You have already built a simple JavaScript application, and that's perfect, but not enough. It's really good to learn how to write JavaScript codes syntactically using a lot of interesting examples and modern best practices, but in most cases you may be confused when you face to some real problems or weird errors in the future. Therefore, in order to be a real and a powerful JavaScript developer, you need to really understand how JavaScript works, how the codes are executed. In other words, you need to learn well how JavaScript acts behind the scenes. We know that there is a built-in JavaScript engine in the browser, which is used to execute JavaScript code. Let's describe how it actually happens. So, we have JavaScript code that is run in a web browser, and in every web browser there is a JavaScript engine. Different web browsers use different JavaScript engines. For example, Google Chrome uses V8 engine, which was developed by Google, and also since 2013 Opera web browser has been using it as well. Then we have SpiderMonkey, which powered Netscape and today powers Mozilla Firefox. As for the web browser Safari, it uses JavaScript Core engine, and the last one, Microsoft, uses Chakra Core JavaScript engine. Okay, it was just for your information. Let's talk about the entire process, how the JavaScript code is run and executed. It consists of several steps. At first, the web page is loaded and JavaScript code is run, but in order to execute it, engine should translate it to a browser, because the web browser itself cannot understand JavaScript code directly. But before JavaScript engine starts execution of the code, it should be checked syntactically, and it's the main job of syntax parser, which is the part of JavaScript engine. So the engine needs to start execution of the code that is syntactically acceptable for it. So the syntax parser reads the code character by character and checks if its grammar is valid. If there is something wrong, then it throws the syntax error. Okay, let's prove it in practice. Go back to our text editor, create the variable var a equals hello, and then log it in console.log a. Below write the function with name b, but in this case let's miss here writing parentheses. As you know, JavaScript engine executes code line by line. So here we have variable a equals to hello, then it's logged in console, and then syntax parser sees function b, but without parentheses. So what do you expect to get? You may expect hello and then an error, because we are missing parentheses with function name, and you know that it's obviously an error. Okay, let's see what we have. We have immediately syntax error. So what has happened? It was caused by the syntax parser, and let me explain why. Before JavaScript engine starts executing code line by line, at first syntax parser has to read it and check if it's valid. So it has started from variable a equals to hello, it's correct. Then it goes to the next line, console.log A, it's correct as well. Then when it reaches to keyword function followed by its name B, here it expects to see either the characters again or the parentheses, or at least the space before parentheses. But instead of them, it finds curly braces, which is syntactically invalid, and therefore it throws syntax error. So you see that we got an error before the code was actually executed by the JavaScript engine. Alright, let's consider another important aspect when we talk about how JavaScript works behind the scenes, and it's a lexical scope, or sometimes it's called lexical environment. So the lexical scope is an environment where a piece of the entire code physically sits. JavaScript engine behaves in different ways according to where this piece of code is placed. For example, if the variable sits lexically inside the function, then we cannot access on that variable outside this function. In most cases, lexical scopes are defined by the functions. So again, this aspect is very important, and regarding scopes and environments, we will talk about deeper a little bit later. Okay, and the last thing I'm going to introduce is an execution context. Execution context is like a container which manages the code that is currently running. In most cases, it is created by the functions. So in other words, which function is currently running, then it creates execution context. For now, just remember that if something in JavaScript is running, it's managed by execution context. Alright. When we talk about how JavaScript works behind the scenes, we have to figure out what these concepts mean: syntax parser, lexical scope, and execution context. Let's move on. In previous lecture, you have introduced what the execution context is. So it's like a container that manages the code that is currently running. And when something is running in browser, execution context is created. And at the same time, JavaScript engine prepares the environment for execution JavaScript code. Let's take a look on the screen and see together how it actually happens. When HTML page is loaded in a web browser, even without link for JavaScript file, the engine prepares the environment for running JavaScript code. At this time, the global execution context is created, which we have not discussed yet up until this point. So what is that? Global execution context is a base execution context that manages the code which is not inside a function, and it is created immediately when the page is loaded. So the global execution context manages when the code execution starts and ends, and you will see deeper in coming videos. Before it actually starts to execute the code, it creates global object, which is the same as window object. A global object is an object that always exists in the global scope. And simultaneously, there is created a special keyword this, which is equal to global object at the global level. I know that all this stuff sounds a little bit confusing, therefore I'm going to use some practical examples. Let's go back to our text editor. I want to show you something. Here we have our empty script.js file. Now let's go to index.html and post the link between index.html and script.js files. Comment it out. So it means that we have no longer connection with JS file, and as we said, the engine prepares the environment for run the codes even without loading JavaScript file. We can prove that now. You remember that once we have used a method from document object model in previous videos. This method allows us to access on HTML elements, I mean document.getElementById. So let's at first assign the ID attribute for h1 element and call it header. Then use the mentioned method and write in console document dot get element by ID. Then write here the ID of the h1 element, header, and then use the property inner HTML. So you see that we have content of h1 element. It means that everything is prepared in browser in order to run and execute JavaScript code. Alright, let's type in console window. As we said, when the global execution context is created, then it creates a global object, which is literally the same as a window object. You see that we have here window object. If we drop down it, you will see here a list of multiple properties and methods which are already built in. So the window object represents an open window in the browser. In other words, when the HTML document is loaded, the browser creates a window object for it. If we write here keyword this, which is already created when the page was loaded, it will give us the exact same window object. So this is a special keyword. It always refers to object, and on global level it refers to global window object. The keyword this is frequently used in JavaScript, and you will meet it a lot of times throughout the course. Okay, so you've seen that all this stuff happens without any single line of code of JavaScript, and even without linking JavaScript file to HTML document. Alright, now let's get rid of this comment and make a link working. Then in script.js file, create variable name equals to John. Reload, and now let's check window object, write window, then drop down it, scroll, and you see that here we have our variable name and its value John. So when the variable is created outside the function, it's on global level, and actually it is assigned to the global window object as a property. So if we write name, we'll get John, and if we write it as a window.name, the value will be the same. Also, the result will be the same if we use this keyword, because on global level this refers to global window object. Alright. In the same way, we can create function on global level. So right here function a, and then write return hello. Reload and type again window, and you can see here that the function is attached to global window object as a method. In order to call this function, we need to write here function name a with parentheses. So we got hello, and we can call this function as a method of global window object. For that we need to write window dot a, and you see that we have again hello. Okay, in order to make it clearer, let's create an object with a property name, and write here Nick. Then create the method, write b function, and then return hi. Reload the page. You know that if we want to access on the property or on the method of the object we have just created, it's mandatory to indicate at first the name of the object. So write object.name and then object.b, which is the name of the method. But in case of the global level, JavaScript allows us to access on variables and functions without indicating a window object or keyword this each time. Alright. For summarizing this lecture, let's briefly recall what we have just learned. So when HTML page is loaded in a web browser, then the global execution context is created, which then creates global object, which is global window object, and a special keyword this, which on global level refers to global window object. Alright, I hope that everything was clear. To know those details is very important and it will be very useful and helpful for you in the future. See you in the next video. In previous lectures, we have referred what the execution context is and how the global execution context is created as a default when the HTML page is loaded. In this lecture, I'm going to consider deeper what the execution context and the execution stack are. As you remember, when the HTML page is loaded in web browser, then the global execution context is created. And then it creates global window object and the special keyword this. All this stuff happens before the JavaScript code starts executing. Now let's see what happens when the JavaScript engine actually executes the code and how execution stack is created. Alright, suppose that we have some JavaScript code, variable first name, which is logged in console, then two functions a and b. Below function a is called, and then we have another variable last name, and inside function a, function b is called. Let's describe step by step how this code is executed. At first, when the page is loaded, as you remember, global execution context is created, and it's the first member of execution stack. Then the global window object, and this will be created. After that, syntax parser will check the code syntactically line by line, and if it's valid, then engine will start execution the code line by line. You see that variable and functions are created lexically on global level, so the engine will start from variable first name. Then we have console.log, and the first result after executing these two lines will be John. Then the engine will continue, and because of that functions are not invoked yet, it won't execute the code inside the curly braces until it reaches to the line of code where function a is called. So the engine invokes function a, and therefore new execution context is created by the function a. In this case, function a is in active mode and its execution context is second member of the execution stack. After that, the engine executes the code inside function a, and we get the result hello. Then the function b is called. It means that new execution context is created by the function b, which is in active mode at this point. This execution context is at the top of the execution stack. Inside the curly braces we have console.log hi, and therefore we will get the result hi. Okay. After the ending of the execution of function b, its execution context will be gone. Because of that, function a doesn't have any line of code to execute, then its execution context will be gone as well. After these steps, global execution context will continue executing the rest of the lines of code, where we have a variable last name, which is logged in console, and so it will be last output in console and we'll get Smith. Alright, in order to get this well, I'm going to demonstrate some practical examples. Let's go back to our text editor and create a function A. Then inside the curly braces, let's create variable name equals John and log it in console.log name. Let's copy it and paste twice and then change the names of the functions and also the names of the variables. Write Bob and then Nick. And then call the function A, right below A with parentheses. Inside the function A, let's call function B, but write it after a variable name. And in the same way, inside the function B, let's call function C. Before we run them in console, I want you to think about what the results will be. I mean, what will be the sequence of the names. So, as remember, at first JavaScript engine will invoke function A. Inside function A, function B will be called, and then inside function B, function C will be called. So you may expect the following result: John, Bob, and Nick. Let's reload, and you see that we have the opposite: Nick, Bob, and John. Okay, let me explain what has happened and once more consider how the execution stack works. So when the page is loaded, global execution context is created. Then, as we said, JavaScript engine invokes function A, which creates its execution context. Then the block of code inside A is executed line by line. So first we have variable name John, and then the function B is called. So before the name John is outputted in console, function B will create its execution context, and the block of code inside function B starts execution. Inside function B we have variable name Bob, and in the same way, before Bob is outputted in console, function C is called, which creates its execution context as well, and it's the last member of the execution stack. Because of that, we don't have any other function to invoke inside function C. Therefore, the block of code of the function C will be executed, where we have variable name Nick logged in console. So here we will get our first output Nick, and the execution context of function C will be gone. After that, JavaScript engine goes back to execute the rest of the lines of function B, which is in an active mode at this point. So it executes console.log name, and we get the second output Bob. Then, in the same way, execution context of function B is gone, and JavaScript engine goes back to the function A, which is in active mode at this point. It executes console.log name, and we get the third output John as the last one. After that, the execution context of function A is gone. Because that the whole code was executed and nothing is currently running, the global execution context will be gone too. Alright. The last and interesting thing I want to show you is that execution stack has its limit. So let's go back to our text editor, get rid of this code, and create a simple function. Call it A. And let's invoke this function in a standard way, and also call it inside its curly braces. Reload the page, and you see that we have an error which tells us that maximum call stack size is exceeded. So, when we wrote a outside the function, it has called function first time, and then a inside the curly braces has started calling the function again and again infinitely. Because of that, each JavaScript engine has its limit for execution stack, therefore we got an error. Alright, this was all about execution context and execution stack. I hope that it makes sense for you and you really understand it well, because those are one of the main concepts of how JavaScript works behind the scenes. Let's go ahead. It's time to talk about another very important aspect in JavaScript, especially when we think about how JavaScript works behind the scenes. So in this lecture you will learn about scoping and scope chain. Sometimes, especially when you are new in JavaScript, it's a bit confusing and not understandable concept. So let's make it clear. What is a scope? We can consider scopes regarding variables and functions. Scope in programming language refers to the visibility or accessibility of variables and functions. In other words, it tells you where in your program you're allowed to use the variables and functions that you have defined. Okay. Suppose that we have some JavaScript code. Here is the variable number 1. Then we have function A. Inside it we have another variable number 2. Then below we have another function B, and it contains another variable number 3. If we consider the scope from the variable perspective, we can say that the location where you declare a variable will affect where it can be used within your code. So here variable number 1 is created on global level, which literally refers to global window object. In other words, we call variables global when they are defined outside the function. So the global variable has a global scope. It means that from everywhere in your code we can access on them. In our case, number 1 is a global variable and it has a global scope. From the function perspective, we can say that in JavaScript each function creates a new scope. So here function A creates its own local scope, and the variable number 2, which is defined inside function A, is a local variable because it's not accessible outside of the function A. So local variables are variables that are defined within functions. They have local scope, which means that they can only be used within the functions that define them. Inside the function A we have function B, which in the same way creates its own local scope, and in this local scope we have another local variable number 3, which is not accessible from outside function B. Alright, let's consider once more the accessibility on the variables that we have defined. For function B, there are outer environments, which are a local scope of function A and the global scope itself. Those outer environments are also called as a parent scope. In the same way, we can call local scope of function A as a child scope for global scope, and the local scope of function B as a child scope for function A. As for function A, its parent scope is outer global scope, where it's lexically defined. If function B wants to use the variables from its parent scopes, in this case variable number 2 and number 1, it's acceptable in JavaScript. In the same way, function A can use the variable from its outer environment, which is in this case number 1. But what happens if function A wants to use the variable from function B? I mean the variable number 3. It's not possible because, as we said, local variables are not accessible from the outer scopes, and in the same way from the global scope we cannot access on the variables number 2 and number 3 because they are local variables. All these relationships among those scopes is called scope chain. So again, accessibility on the variables is possible from the inner to outer scopes, and it's not possible from the outer to inner scopes. Alright, let's discuss once again what the scope chain is using some practical examples. Open the text editor, use the same example that we have talked about, and write variable number 1 equals to 5. Then create function a, and inside it write variable number 2 equals to 10, and below write function b, and inside it create another variable var number 3 equals to 15. So here we have variable number 1, which is created on global scope, then function a, in which we have local variable number 2, and function b, which is inside function a, and it also contains a local variable number 3. Suppose that we want to add those numbers, so write inside function b console.log number 3 plus number 2 and plus number 1. In order to get the results, we need to invoke function b, and to execute it, we need to call function a as well. So reload the page, and we have 30, which is the sum of those three numbers. This example proves that we can access on the variables from the inner scopes. From function b we have access on variable number 2 and variable number 1, but what happens if we add those numbers inside the function a, but outside function b? I'm sure that you already know the answer. So reload, and we have an error, which tells us that number 3 is not defined. So function a could access on number 1, which is in its parent scope, but it could not access on number 3, which is inside a local scope of function b, and this scope for function a is child scope. If we get rid of the number 3, then the code will work. Okay, let's move up this line of code and get the result on global level. You see that still we have an error, which tells that number 2 is not defined. The reason is the same. From the global scope we cannot access on number 2 as well. Alright, let's change the names of variable number 2 and number 3 and write number 1 for both of them. Then log all of them in console. It seems that all of those variables are the same, but in different scopes they don't change their values. They're just different variables. In order to prove that, once again log number 1 in console after calling function a, so write console.log number 1. Reload, and you see that on global level number 1 is 5 in both cases, but in local scopes they are different variables and have different values. Alright, let's demonstrate another case and comment this console logs out. And then in function b let's leave just console.log number 1. So what do you expect to get? In function b we have no longer variable number 1, so you may think that we will get undefined. Let's see. Reload, and we have 10. Why? Because of the scope chain. If we comment this line, then we will get 5. Okay, let me explain once again. When function b could not find number 1 in its local scope, then it checked its parent scope, which is a local scope of function a, and there it found this variable. So we got the value 10 in console. But if in the function A variable number hasn't exist, then function B would check the global scope where it could find variable number 1, which equals to 5. Therefore, we've got the value 5 in console. Alright. So in this lecture we have learned what is scope and scope chain. You need to know all this stuff well because it's very important and it will help you in writing the correct code. Let's move on. It's time to discuss one of the important and weird things in JavaScript, which is frequently confusing and unknown, especially for new JavaScript developers. I'm going to talk about hoisting. There are a lot of online resources where you can find information about what hoisting is, and most of them tells us that hoisting is the same process as the word hoisting itself means. But actually it's not quite correct. At first, let's go back to our text editor and write some simple example. Create the variable a equals to 10, and then below create function b, and then return, let's say 20. Let's log in console the variable a, and then call function b, write console.log b. Reload, and we have 10 and 20. The result what you were expecting. So as you already know, JavaScript engine reads and executes codes line by line. It starts from top, and when it comes to console.log a, the engine knows that there exists variable a with its value 10. Therefore we get in console 10. The same happens with function. When the engine sees console.log b, it knows that there exists function b which returns the value 20. There is not something new or unusual until we move this code up and write them before variable a and function b. Then something weird happens. You see that we have undefined and then 20. So what has happened? We got undefined instead of 10. You know that undefined is a primitive data type, so it is a value. If JavaScript engine executes codes line by line, as you already know, and at first it finds console.log a, then how does it know that this variable exists, and at the same time it's more weird that variable a has a value undefined? It would be more logical to get an error that tells us a is not defined, which is actually different from undefined, and it means that the variable doesn't exist. But instead of that, we get undefined. Something different happens with function. At first, engine finds invocation of function b and it gives us a value 20, which is correct. But the question is that how does the engine execute the function before it actually reaches this line of code? The answer on those questions is in hoisting. In order to understand better what hoisting is, let's talk deeper about how the code is actually executed. You already know what is an execution context and how it works. So when the code is running, the execution context is created, and it has two stages: creation and execution. In creation stage, global object, the special keyword this and scope chain is created. Syntax parser goes through the code, and at this time JavaScript engine creates memory space for variables and functions. All of this happens before the engine actually starts executing the code. So when JavaScript engine creates memory space for variables, it assigns to all those variables the value undefined as a default. And remember that this happens always in creation stage. As for the functions, in creation stage the engine sets up memory space, and for them nothing is changed. Functions don't get any temporary values. Actually, all this stuff in creation stage I mean to set up the memory space for variables and functions, is called hoisting. Sometimes you may hear or find the definition of hoisting like that variable and function declarations are physically moved to the top of your coding, but this is not what really happens. Your code doesn't move physically. What does happen is that variable and function declarations are put into memory during the creation phase, but stays exactly where you typed it in your coding. After the creation stage starts the second phase, which is execution. In this stage, JavaScript engine executes code line by line, and the variable a, which had as a default undefined, gets its value 10. Alright, let's switch back over and go to brackets right below console.log a. Then refresh. We have undefined 20 and 10. When JavaScript engine moves to execution stage and reads this line of code, it checks the memory space for this variable and finds that at this point has the value undefined. But when it reaches this line of code where variable a equals to 10, then it changes the value undefined into 10, and after another console.log a we got 10. Alright. If we use function expression, I mean if we assign it to the variable and then reload, we will get an error which tells us that the b is not a function, because at this point variable b is undefined as well. If we get rid of the parentheses, then we will get undefined. In order to avoid such unexpected results and errors, remember that it's always a better practice to invoke functions and use variables after their declarations. Okay, let's use another example in order to make it clearer, and use in this case if-else statement. So write if, then as the condition write just true, because we need the condition to be true. Then inside the curly braces create variable a and write equals to 10. Then inside else statement create another variable var b equals to 20. And below log them in console, write console.log a and then b. Reload the page and you see that we have 10 and undefined. We know that if the condition is true, then the block of code inside if is executed. So here we have true, and therefore we got the value of variable a 10. But at the same time, when the condition of if is true, then the block of code inside else statement is not executed. In the creation phase, JavaScript engine has set the values for variables a and b undefined. So when the second stage was started, I mean the execution, then because of that the condition in if statement was true, only this line of code was executed and we got 10. But this line of code has never been executed, and for variable b the value undefined was remained. If we change the condition true into false, then we will get at first undefined and then 20. Because the block of code inside if statement is not executed, but in else statement it does. Therefore we got undefined and 20. Alright. The hoisting for many developers is confusing or maybe unknown behavior of JavaScript. So if you don't understand it well, your code may cause errors and bugs. And to avoid them, remember that you need to declare all variables at the beginning of every scope and invoke function expressions after their declarations. Okay, let's move on. In this video, I'm going to show you one more distinction between objects and primitives. in some ways their behavior is different. Let's suppose that we have a variable a which has the value 10. So when the variable a is created, JavaScript engine in memory creates new spot for this variable and saves the value of a as 10. Then again suppose that we have variable b which equals to a. In this case, JavaScript engine creates different spot in memory for variable b and copies the value of a which is 10. So you see that we have two different variables, a and b, in memory. We have two different spots for them and both variables have the same value. After that, if we change the value of variable a and assign to it 20, then it will change its value into 20, but variable b will remain its value as 10. Makes sense, right? It's not special, I think it's obvious. But something different happens when we deal with objects. Let's say we have object C which has property name with value John. So when this object is created, JavaScript engine in memory creates new memory space for it, and variable C is just a reference for this object. It means that variable C knows where the object is located in memory. Okay, then suppose that we have variable D which equals to variable C. In this case, for variable D, there is not created a new spot in memory space, as it was in case of primitives. The fact is that the variable D as variable C becomes just one more reference to the existing object. So it's something different, right? In case of primitives, variables copied the values, but in case of objects, variable D did not copy the value of variable C. It just became the reference for the existing object. Of course, if we change the value of name property, John will be replaced with Nick. And if we check values of name properties for C and D, it will be the exact same. We will get Nick in both cases. Okay, let's open our text editor and recall the first example regarding primitives. So we had variable a which was equal to 10, so write var a equals to 10, and then var b equals to a. Below write a equals to 20. Let's log them in console, write console.log a, and then console.log b. Reload. So here we have different values for a and b, 20 and 10. And if we check global window object, write window in console, then drop down it, you see that we have variable a and variable b with different values. So again, they took different spots in memory, and because of that, when we change the value of a, it did not have effect on the value of variable b. Okay, now let's create object, write var c equals, then write name property and the value John. Below write variable d equals to c. Reload and then check again window object. So you see that we have here variable c and below we have variable d as well. They have the same values for name property, which is John. It seems that they look like as different objects, but actually it's not right. In order to prove that, I'm going to change the value of object c or d, doesn't matter. Let's write c.name equals to Nick. Then reload and check again window object, write window and drop down it. You see that both of them have changed the values into Nick. It means that they are not different. We have just one object in memory, and C and D are just references of that object. Make sense? Alright. Let's try something different. Instead of dot notation, let's use equal sign to change the value of name property. So write C equals, and write here name, the value Bob. Reload, and write again window. So you see that variable C has the value of name property as Bob, and variable D still has value as Nick. It means that when we used equal sign, we have created new object which took different spot in memory. Okay, let's see exactly what happened. So when the C variable was created, JavaScript engine created a new spot in memory for that object. Then we had variable D, which was equal to C, and they both were references for the same object. Then using dot operator, we have changed the value of name property into Nick, so nothing special happened. C and D still referenced to the same object. But when we used equal sign and changed the name into Bob, then new object was created, which took new spot in memory space. So D was remained as a reference for previous object, and C became a reference for newly created object. That's why C did not change the content of D. Alright. That's the way how objects and primitives act. I think it was interesting and clear for you. See you in the next video. You remember that in previous videos we have referred to the special keyword this, and in this lecture I'm going to talk about what exactly this keyword means. It is also one of the important aspects in JavaScript, but at the same time it's a bit confusing, especially for new JavaScript developers. The keyword this is very frequently used, so you need to really understand how it works under the hood. Other program languages like Java, C#, PHP use this keyword as well, but in JavaScript it's a bit different topic. Okay, let's recall what happens when the page is loaded. You already know that global execution context is created, and it creates global window object and this. And on global level, this completely equals to window object. When we use this keyword inside a regular function, in regular I mean a usual function which is not a method created inside an object, and then we invoke this function, local execution context is created. It defines this, which still refers to global window object, and in console we get window object. So again, in the regular functions, which are not the methods of an object, this keyword points to global window object. But when we deal with method in objects, then something different happens. Suppose that we have an object person with properties first name and last name, and a method getFullName, which returns full name of a person. In order to get a full name, we need to access first name and last name using dot operator. That's why you see here per dot first name and per dot last name. When we invoke this method, then we get John Smith in console. If we change person into this, then we will still get John Smith in console. So how this happened? In previous example, this keyword referred to global window object. In this case, when we call the method of object, then the local execution context is created. It defines keyword this, but at this point it refers to object person. That's why we get the same result in console. So using keyword this inside a method of object means that it completely equals to mentioned object. Alright, go to brackets and write some codes. Create a function A, then write console.log this, call the function, reload, and you see that we have a window object as we expected. So in a regular function, this keyword refers to global window object, and you see that we have true. So in this case, this keyword acts like it was in global execution context. Okay, now create another function inside function A and call it function B. Then inside the curly braces, write console.log this, and then console.log this triple equals to window. Invoke function B, reload, and we get the exact same result. So it doesn't matter if we create function on global level or inside other regular functions. This keyword always refers to global window object and acts like in global execution context. Alright. Now let's recall our example about object person. So write variable per equals an object and then create properties. First name John, then last name Smith. Write the method get full name, then create function and return per dot first name plus the space and then plus per dot last name. Invoke get full name method, so write per dot get full name, reload, and we have John Smith. Okay, now write above console.log this triple equals per. We need to write it before a return statement because it terminates execution of codes which are written after it. So reload the page and you see that we have true. That's because, as we said, inside the method of object, this refers to the mentioned object, which is person here, and therefore we can use this instead of person. So write here this dot first name and then this dot last name. Reload, and you see that we have exact same result. Alright. Now I want to show you an interesting and important thing regarding this keyword. I'm going to change a return into console.log because I need to write some functions below it. Also get rid of console.log from here. Now create function greet, and then inside the curly braces write console.log hi plus this dot first name. And then call the function write greet. So here we have another function inside the method of object person, and you may expect that it should give us hi John. Watch. We got hi undefined. This keyword inside function greet could not access on the property first name. The reason is that people who created JavaScript decided that this keyword inside their regular function to refer to global window object. So it doesn't matter whether this function is on global level or inside an object method. If we create the variable with the same name, first name, and assign the value Bob, then we will get hi Bob. Variable first name is created in global scope, therefore it's a property of global window object, which is referred by keyword this, and that's why we got hi Bob. Some of the developers criticize this decision and they think that in this case this should refer to object person, but it's the way how JavaScript works. We can easily fix that, create a variable and call it that. Sometimes developers call it self, so you can feel free and call any of them you like. Then assign a value this. We don't need it anymore, so let's get rid of that. Because of that, at this point, I mean inside the method, this keyword refers to object person. Then using that variable, we maintain the reference to object person. And the last thing to do is to change this into that. Reload, and you see that we have hi John instead of Bob. Alright. The last thing I'm going to show you is how to borrow from object person the method getFullName. For that, create another object and call it person1. Then add the properties first name, write Nick, and last name Doe. Now using dot notation, let's create getFullName for person1. Write person1.getFullName and assign the value per.getFullName. So because of that, we have used keyword this inside getFullName method. Then this fact allows us to borrow the method from object person, and it will work perfectly for person1. In order to invoke this method, we need to write per1.getFullName So you see that it works for person1, and we have Nick Doe and hi Nick from object person1. Make sense? Alright. You need to understand this concept very well, so I recommend to think about it again. Test these codes on your own. Think of new examples and practice. Generally, how JavaScript works under the hood is a bit confusing and unknown for many developers. So if you are new and have some troubles with this section, you can rewatch the videos or feel free and ask any question you want anytime. I'll be glad to help. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome to the next section of our course. This part actually is about document object model, or simply DOM. DOM is not a part of JavaScript language, but it uses JavaScript in order to manipulate and interact with your web page. So I believe you guessed that in this section more fun and interesting things are waiting for you. We're going to be covering the following things. You will learn about how to get and manipulate on individual and on multiple elements using DOM methods, how to change the styles of the elements using JavaScript. Also, you will meet DOM classes, events, which actually is really important to learn. You will be introduced to set and get attribute method, DOM navigation, creating elements, and much more. After going through all the main concepts and topics of DOM, we will put together all the stuff that we would have learned and build our next and little bit complicated application, which will be Node Manager app. During building the application, you will be able to do the next coding task, and also at the end of the section you can test your knowledge with another quiz which I have created for you. So it's time to go ahead and start another really interesting section. Let's move on. It's time to actually start learning how to manipulate on HTML page, or in other words, how to interact with HTML elements. This is the case when we need to start learning what is a document object model. In most cases, document object model is simply DOM. DOM specifies how JavaScript can access and update the contents of a web page. It is a cross-platform and language-independent model for manipulating and interacting with elements in HTML documents. The DOM is neither part of HTML nor part of JavaScript. It is a separate set of rules. It cannot work without a document. So when you create a web page and load it in a web browser, the DOM is enabled. The document is represented as a family tree. A family tree represents a real family, describes the relationships between family members, and uses terms like parent, child, and sibling. So one member of a family can be a parent to others, while also being the child of another family member and the sibling of another family member. This can be represented by the following model. Let's take a look on that diagram and go through the web page structure to see what I'm talking about exactly. The document begins by opening an HTML tag. All the other elements of the web page are contained within this element, meaning it is a parent. Because all the other elements are inside, the HTML tag has no parent itself. It also has no siblings. If we move one level deeper, we find two elements, head and body. They exist side by side, which makes them siblings. They have the same parent, HTML, but they also contain children, so they are parents themselves. The head element has two children, meta and title, siblings of one another. The children of the body element are h1, p, and ul, all siblings of one another. If we go down deeper still, we find that ul is also a parent. It has three children, all of them list elements. Instead of using the term family tree, it's more correct to call a document as a node tree. So what is a node? Document is a collection of nodes. Everything in HTML document is a node. So as we said, the two nodes representing the head and body elements are examples of child nodes, and the HTML elements node above them is a parent node. When we talk about nodes, we need to consider three main things: element nodes, text nodes, and attribute nodes. If you take a look on the screen, you will see here a simple paragraph with attribute and content. This is my first paragraph. P element itself is an element node. It contains text. This is my first paragraph, which we call a text node. Attributes are used to give more specific information about an element. So in the document object model, class attribute with all other attributes is called as an attribute node. Regarding DOM nodes, we will talk deeper a bit later. Alright. Throughout the course, we're going to build a simple but nice app using DOM. It is a node manager where you can add nodes, delete them. You can also edit each of the nodes. We have here the search filter. Using that filter, we are able to search through the nodes and get the needed one. And you can also hide the nodes and then unhide them. During the lectures, we will use this project in order to test and learn a lot of things regarding DOM. So throughout this section, you will learn how to change the content of HTML elements, how to change the style of them. DOM allows you to change the CSS styles for elements. Then you will learn how to react to HTML DOM events, and also how to add and delete HTML elements. Alright. It was a little introduction regarding what a document object model is. Let's move on. As we said in the previous lecture, throughout this section I'm going to use our application Node Manager. in order to test things that I will demonstrate. The source files for our app are attached to this lecture. In source files I mean starting files which contain the ready index.html and style.css files. Also we have here script.js, which is empty for now. Then we have two folders, CSS and fonts, which we will use for inserting nice fonts and icons. You can download these files and use. Okay, let's open this folder in brackets and then run it in browser. So you see that here we have our application. At first I'm going to describe the HTML file, which consists of multiple elements and tags. I hope that you're familiar at least with ABC of HTML and CSS. In head elements we have the title, Note Manager. Then it is followed by three links. First one is for style.css file, where we have the main styling of our app. Next is a link for fontawesome.css. It contains some cool fonts that we use for editing and deleting the notes. And the third link contains URL for Google Fonts website. Inside the body element, the whole content is wrapped in div element, which has the class name wrapper. It is followed by the header element, which contains h2 heading, Note Manager, and then we have form element with an input, which is needed for search filter. Header element is followed by another div that contains an ordered list. The list is for notes, and each list item contains paragraphs for the notes and for the icons. For now they are placed in static mode, but using JavaScript will make them dynamic later. Alright, next we have another div element which contains label and input, and we are going to use them for hiding and unhiding notes. You can notice that for attributes inside label tag and ID inside input have the same values, hide, because this fact allows us to use checkbox to create click event. Let's see what I'm talking about exactly. Go to style.css file and find input. You see that checkbox for now is hidden because it has property display none. If we comment it out, the box will appear, and you can see that in order to check it, we don't need definitely to click on the box. Because of that, for attribute and ID have the same values, click on the label content is absolutely enough. Make sense? Okay. We will use this feature later in this section. Now let's get rid of the comment and go back to index.html file. The last part of the HTML content is div element, which contains form with two inputs, and they are used for adding the nodes to the list. Alright. Because of that, throughout this section we are going to use multiple DOM methods, properties, and also we are going to test many other things. That's why I wanted to show and describe the content of the HTML file. Okay. The next thing I'm going to do is to open the developer tools. The majority of testing and demonstrating things during these lectures will be in console. In order to organize the browser and console better, let's place them side by side. For that you need to click here and choose dock to left. And also to distinguish better the app and console window, let's change the color of it and make it darker. Click again on menu bar, then settings, and change light into dark. Alright. On the left side of console we have element section, where you can find the content of current HTML file. Here we have all the elements and tags that we have described a few seconds ago. You can manipulate on HTML file from here. For that, you need to click on the right button and then click to edit as HTML and change the content temporary. That's right here, Node Manager app. And you see that the header is changed. But as I said, it's temporary because from here we cannot change the actual source file. I mean the actual HTML content. When you reload the page, you will get the initial heading. Okay, it's just a simple example how useful and powerful developer tools is, and you will see a lot of interesting things in it through this section. Alright, actually we are ready to move forward. As we already said, DOM stands for Document Object Model. It means that everything, all the nodes in document and the document itself is an object. At first that's writing console, document. If you drop down it, you will see the whole HTML document. The exact same content as it was in brackets and also in element section. In order to prove that document is an object, I'm going to use typeOf operator, which returns the data type of an element. So let's write typeOf, then document. You see that we have here an object. Again, it means that document is an object. Okay. When the page is loaded in browser, you already know that the global window object is created, and simultaneously document becomes a property of global window object. We can prove that if we write here window.document. We will get again document. And if you drop down it, you will see again the content of HTML file with all its elements, tags, links, and so on. Alright. For now it's enough. See you in the next video. In previous lecture we have talked about how to get and manipulate on individual elements using getElementById method. In this video you will learn about another DOM method which selects an individual element from HTML document as well. This method is called querySelector method. The querySelector method returns the first element that matches a specified CSS selector in the document. Remember that it only returns the first element that matches the specified selectors. If querySelector cannot find the relevant element, then it returns null, as it was in case of getElementById. When we use querySelector method, inside the parentheses we need to write the argument, I mean selector, as a string. Passing the string argument always must follow CSS syntax. So if you are familiar with CSS, or at least know the ABC of it, then you won't have any trouble with that method. Okay, let's go to developer tools and see some examples. As it was in case of getElementById method, we need to attach querySelector in the same way to document object using dot notation. So let's create element and select UL element, write variable L equals document dot querySelector, and inside the parentheses let's write UL. You remember that in case of getElementById we needed to assign an ID to element and then indicate it inside parentheses. But when we use querySelector we don't need to do that. We just can select an element using its tag name or its attribute. So in this case we selected UL element, and querySelector method will return UL with its whole content. So you see that we have grabbed UL element from HTML document. In order to change and manipulate on its content, we can use the same properties we have already seen. I mean text content and inner HTML. They work in the exact same way. So let's change the content of UL and write L text content and set the content as hello world. So you see that we have hello world on the page, and in the same way you can use inner HTML property and change the HTML content of UL element. I'm not going to waste time on that. Let's move on. In order to select elements by attributes using query selector method, we need to indicate a value of attributes with relevant signs, as it's in case of, for example, ID, which uses pound sign, and class attribute, which uses dot sign, because query selector does not select elements with any specified attributes, unlike the getElementById method. Let's take a look on our HTML document. In header element, we have form with ID search node. So let's get this element and write inside parentheses pound sign and the value of ID search node. And here we go. Alright. As we said in the beginning of this lecture, query selector method returns only the first element with specified selector. Let's prove it and select a list element. So write inside the parentheses ULLI. Here we have first list element. But what can we do if we want to select second or third list element? CSS3 gives us a solution about it. We can use a bit more complex selector, nth child, which matches every element that is the nth child, regardless of type of its parent. Let's select second list element and write inside the parentheses ULLI, then colon, nth child, then open again parenthesis and indicate the number 2 because we need to select second list element. So you see that we have second list. Let's drop down it and you can see that it includes two I elements, which are used for fun awesome icons. I mean edit and delete icons which you see on the page. Let's select and get second delete icon. In order to avoid a lot of typing, we can use L variable in which we have already stored grant parent of icons. So write L dot query selector, then inside the parentheses write p element, which is the parent of I elements, and then the class name of delete icon element dot fa times. So we have selected delete icon of second node, and you can see it on the page if you hover on that element. By the way, as you have just seen, we can use query selector method not only with document object but with other elements, in this case with variable L, in which was stored grandparent list element. Query selector method allows us to do that, but getElementById does not, because generally ID attribute is considered as a unique attribute for elements. Alright, so in this lecture we have learned about second DOM method, which is used to select any of the individual HTML elements and to manipulate on them. See you in the next video. You already know how to select and manipulate on individual elements using DOM methods, which are getElementById and query selector. Now it's time to move on and learn about how to deal with multiple elements at the same time. There are two methods in DOM, getElementsByClassName and getElementsByTagName, which allow us to select and manipulate on multiple elements using class names and tag names. Let's start from getElementsByClassName method, which returns a HTML collection of all elements in the document with specified class name. In other words, it returns an array-like object of all child elements which have all the given class names. Remember that this method returns an array-like collection, which is not actually an array. Alright, let's see practically what this method does. Choose from HTML document the elements that have the same class names. These kind of elements are placed inside list. I mean the I elements for icons. All these I elements have the same class name FA, so let's use this class name and select all those elements. Create variable icons because we are going to get multiple elements. Then write document.getElementsByClassName and write the class name inside the parentheses FA. So here we have selected elements with class name FA, and you may notice that they are placed inside square brackets, similar as it's in case of array. But if you drop down, you will see that it's an HTML collection. This collection is very similar to an array. It has a length property, and also each of the items in collection has its proper index number, and they are zero based as well. Therefore, if we want to access on a particular item, we can use array syntax and put the relevant index number inside the square brackets. So write icons 0. You see that we have first item from HTML collection. In the same way, you can access on any of the items from it, let's say the second one. Because of that, the items in HTML collection are zero based, and also it has the length property. Then you're able to use for loops with this type of collections. Now I'm going to write some codes in text editor. So let's go back to brackets, then open script.js file, which is empty for now. At first, create again variable icons and select elements with class name FA. Write var icons equals document.getElementsByClassName, and then write the class FA. Then below create for loop, write for, then set the counter variable I equals to 0, then I is less than the length of the icons, so write icons.length, and then the increment I++. Inside the curly braces, let's log the variable in console, write console.log icons, and then in square brackets write I. Reload the page, and you see that we have here all I items from HTML collection. Okay, as you see, we have used for loop with HTML collection in the exact same way as it's in case of arrays. But as we said, collection is not an array, and therefore we cannot use array built-in methods with HTML collections. Let's prove it and use one of the array methods, push, which adds an item to array to the end. So write icons.push, and then write hello. Reload, and we have an error, which tells us that icons.push is not a function. Those words are not very helpful because they don't tell us exactly the problem, but we know what is the reason. The reason is that you cannot use array methods with HTML collections. And there is a nice way to fix that, and I'm going to show you it in a second. We need somehow to transform HTML collection into an array. And for that we have a great method in JavaScript which is called array.from. This method creates a new array instance from an array-like object, which in our case is HTML collection. Let's use this method and get rid of this line of code. Create variable var icons array equals to array.from, and inside the parentheses write icons. Let's log both variables in console. Write console.log icons array and then console.log icons. Reload, then drop down both of them, and you see that in the first case we have an array, and in the second case we still have HTML collection. So let me explain what happens here. When we assign array.from icons to variable icons array, then JavaScript engine creates memory space for icons array. This variable gets a value of icons variable, but because of using array.from method, icons array variable becomes an array in the execution stage. But variable icons itself maintains its value as HTML collection, and the result, what we have in console, proves that. Make sense? I know that it's a bit confusing, but if you look carefully on the results, everything will be obvious. Okay. After that, you are able to use array push method, but with icons array variable. So write icons array.push, then hello, and log it in console. Write console.log icons array. Reload, and you can see that we have here new item hello inside an array. Alright, I'm going to stop here for a while, and I would like to recommend you to think about what I've shown in this video. Would be great if you try to test these codes and practice on your own. Think of new examples and test them, for example using DOM properties that you are already familiar with. I mean text content and inner HTML. See you in the next video, where we will continue talking about how to access on multiple elements using other DOM methods. Let's continue talking about how to access and manipulate on multiple HTML elements. But before we consider another DOM method, I would like to show you another array method, which is very popular and useful when we deal with arrays. So I want to introduce you array for each method. The for each method executes a provided function once for each array element. In order to better understand what I'm talking about, let's go back to brackets and at first get rid of these lines of codes and leave only variable icons with getElementsByClassName method. Let's use for each method with variable icons, which in this case is HTML collection. So write icons.forEach. For each method uses anonymous function as a parameter, and this function itself uses its parameters. Generally, you can pass here 3 parameters. First one is for array item, which is the value of the current element. In this case, write icon. Generally, it's a standard way to use array name in plural form and the item of array in singular form. So that's why I'm using icon here. Second parameter of function is index, which returns index number of item, and the third parameter is array itself, which returns an array. This is the general structure of for each method, but commonly it's used with only first parameter, which refers to item of array. But anyway, let's log it in console. Write console.log. In order to avoid typing console.logs for every parameter, we can just separate them by commas and use only one console.log. So right here inside the parentheses, icon, then index and array. Reload the page, and you see that we have an error, which we have already seen previously, and it's definitely clear why we have just got it. For each is an array method. It works with arrays, and in this case icons is just HTML collection. So in order to use for each for icons, we need to transform it into array. And for that we can use array.from method, which we have already seen previously. So write array.from and inside parentheses pass icons, then reload, and here we have results where you can find three parameters which we have passed inside a function. First one, we have an item or current element, then the index number and array itself. So it proves that function was executed according to the number of items. We had 6 items, and therefore function was executed 6 times. In order to see it better, let's leave just one parameter, icon, then reload, and we have 6 items of an array. Okay, let's move on and talk about another DOM method, which, like getElementsByClassName method, is used to get and manipulate on multiple HTML elements. I'm talking about getElementsByTagName method. This method returns a collection of all elements in the document with the specified tag name as an HTML collection. Alright, let's go back to brackets and get rid of these codes because I don't need them anymore. Let's get access on list elements, so create variable lis and use getElementsByTagName method. Write document.getElementsByTagName, and inside the parentheses indicate the tag name of list elements, so write li. Then log it in console, write console.log lis. Reload, and here we have all list elements. If we drop down it, you will see that it's again an HTML collection. The result is an exact similar as it was in case of getElementsByClassName method. So I'm not going to waste time on that because I think it will be boring for you. I just want to say that these two methods, getElementsByClassName and getElementsByTagName, work in the exact same way. The main difference is that getElementsByClassName selects elements with specified class name, and getElementsByTagName select elements using specified tag names. Alright, that's it. See you in the next video. We have already learned some of the DOM methods, and in this video I'm going to show you one of the most popular and frequently used method, which is querySelectorAll. You remember that we have used in previous videos querySelector method, which returns the first element that matches a specified CSS selector in the document, and the querySelectorAll method acts almost in the same way, but it returns all elements in the document that matches a specified CSS selector. Alright, let's go back to our text editor, create variable var lis equals, and use here the querySelectorAll method, write document.querySelectorAll, and inside the parentheses let's select a list element. Then log it in console, write console.log lis. Reload, and you see that we have the same result as it was in case of getElements by tagName method. But if we drop down it, then you will see that instead of HTML collection we have something different, and it is a node list. Node list is an object and it's almost the same as an HTML collection. Both of them have length property and the index numbers of items is 0 based. But none of them is an array. One of the main differences between node list and HTML collection is that node list allows us to use array for each method without transforming it into array. So let's write lis.forEach, then the function, and inside the parentheses write the parameter li, then log it in console, write console.log li. Reload, and you see that it works. But it doesn't mean that you can use other array methods with node list. We can prove that. Let's use push method and write lis.push, and inside the parentheses write hello, then refresh, and we have again an error saying that lis.push is not a function. The reason again is the same. Node list, like HTML collection, is not an array. In order to use array methods except forEach with node list, you need to transform it into an array. Regardless of that you can use forEach with node list, I recommend you to always at first transform it into array and use forEach and any other methods. Alright. One of the advantages that query selector all has is that you can select multiple elements with multiple CSS selectors. For example, we can write here h2 heading element. Then we need to separate the selectors by comma. Now let's choose one more element from HTML document. Let's say div element with id hide list. So write this value of id attribute with £. Also, let's comment this code out for a while and see what we have. Refresh, and you see that all the elements what we have chosen are put inside our node list. You may notice that inside parentheses we have written at first list and then h2 selectors. But if you look at the results, h2 is placed first in node list. The reason is simple. The query selector all method puts the element in node list according to where these elements are placed in HTML document. It selects elements line by line from top to bottom. So at first it has found h2 heading, then lists, and then div element with id hide list. Alright. The last thing that I'm going to show you is that we can change and manipulate on text or HTML contents of these elements using text content and inner HTML properties. Let's remove this comment from here, then transform the node list into array because, as we said, it's a better practice. So write array.from lis, and now use one of the DOM properties, let's say text content, and change the content of the items inside node list. So write here li.textContent equals hello world. Reload, and you see that we have changed the text content of the items into hello world. Okay. This was all about query selector all method, which is one of the frequently used and popular method of DOM. Let's move on. It's time to talk about another feature of DOM, If you're familiar with CSS, then you know that CSS is used for styling and designing the HTML page. But in most cases, it happens in a static mode. DOM allows us to use JavaScript in order to change the styles of HTML elements dynamically. Alright, let's go back to our developer tools and write some codes. In order to change the style of one of the HTML elements, at first we need to use any of the DOM methods to select this element. You already know how to do that. Let's go to Elements section. In this case, I'm going to select h2 heading element, which is Node Manager, and I'm going to use query selector method. So write variable h2 equals document.querySelector, and inside the parentheses, let's write header and then h2 element. So here we have HTML element, Node Manager, and in order to change the style of this element, we need to use style object with its properties. So we need to write h2, then use dot notation, write style object, and then one of the properties, let's say color, equals, and write the value as a string red. So here we have selected h2 heading element, then using dot notation we have attached it to DOM style object, and then we have the property of this object, in this case color. Let's run it, and you see that the color of the heading is changed into red. If we check the heading element in the HTML file, you will notice that it contains style attribute with color property. So when we use style object, then we create inline styling for HTML elements. Instead of color, you can use any of the CSS properties, but there is a slight difference. For example, let's use background color property, write h2 dot style dot background. You know that in CSS we write this property using dash. So write dash color equals to, let's say, green. If we run it, you will see that we have an error, because in JavaScript using dash sign means that it's the minus sign. Therefore, JavaScript developers decided that if property contains 2 or more words, then to use camel case method. So we need to write the following: background color, and the color with capital letter. So the background color of heading element is changed into green. If we check h2 element in HTML document, you will see that inside the h2 tag we have again style attribute with the background color property that we have just set. With background color property, we still have the color property, so it means that using style object we add other CSS properties, each time without removing the recent inline styles. If we use another DOM methods, which returns multiple elements as HTML collections or node lists, then in order to change the style of one of these elements, we need to indicate the proper index number of HTML element. And if you want to change style for all those elements, then you need to use loop. Alright, let's use query selector all method and choose list elements. So write variable lis equals document.querySelector all. Then inside the parentheses, let's indicate ulli. So you see that we have list elements as a node list. Now I'm going to select second element and change the style of it. So we need to write lis. Then inside the square brackets we need to indicate the index number of second element. Therefore we need to write here 1, then dot style, dot background color equals to red. So second list element has changed its background color into red. Alright. As we said, in order to change the style of all list elements, we need to use loops. Let's select again list elements, write variable lis equals document.querySelector all, and then ulli. Now let's use for loop, write for, and then create the variable I as a counter, right, var I equals to 0. Then we need to write the condition I is less than lis.length, and then the increment I++. When you need to use multiple lines in console, you can just simply press Shift Enter and use multiple lines. So write here lis, then in square brackets write the variable I, then dot style dot background color, and change the background color into blue. So here we have all list items with blue backgrounds. And again, if you check the HTML document, you will see that all the list items have background color blue as an inline style. Alright. There is another way to change the style of HTML elements using CSS text property, which allows us to change multiple styles of element. But when we use CSS text property, there is one thing to remember and note. It removes all the default inline styles. Let's see how it works. Write lis and select the first list element, so write the index number 0, then dot style, and use CSS text property, write dot CSS text equals, and let's change the background color, so write background. In this case, we don't need to use camel case anymore because we need to assign the value to CSS text property as a string. So write background dash color and indicate the color as yellow. As we said, we can change multiple styles simultaneously, but they should be separated by semicolons. So write here semicolon and then font size 25 pixels. So you can see that first list item has changed its styles, and if you check it in HTML document, you will notice that recent inline style is removed, I mean the background color blue, and it's replaced with new styles. That's the way how CSS text property works. Okay. So in this lecture you have learned how to change style dynamically using DOM style object. There is another way to change the style using classes, which you will see in the next video. Let's go ahead. As I said in previous lecture, it's time to talk about another way which allows us to change the styles of elements using DOM classes properties. Nowadays this method is very popular. It allows you to avoid much typing and it's more flexible. When we want to change style of elements using class attributes, we need to work with two properties, which are class name and class list. Let's talk about class name property. It sets or returns the class name of an element. In other words, it sets or returns the value of an element's class attribute. Class name property always returns a string value. Alright, let's open brackets and write some examples. First of all, I'm going to open style.css file, and just for demonstrating some examples, I'm going to create multiple CSS styles for class attributes, which we will assign to the elements using JavaScript soon. So write dot change background, and inside the curly braces write background color and set it to yellow. Then write below dot change font, another class name, and write font style italic, and then the font size, set it to 40 pixels. Okay, let's go back to our script.js file. I'm going to select h2 heading element using query selector method. So write variable h2 equals to document dot query selector. Then inside the parentheses write header and then h2. And then using class name property, let's set class attribute for h2 heading element. Write h2. And again we need to use dot notation because, as you already know, h2 element is an object and class name is a property of that object. So write dot class name and set the value of the class as change background. Reload, and you can see that heading element's background became yellow. And if you check h2 element in HTML document, then you will find that it has new class attribute which we have just assigned. Background color became yellow because, as you remember, we have created in style.css file new CSS style for class attribute change background. Okay, now let's set the second class attribute for heading element, which is change font. Let's go back to script.js file and write h2.className equals change font. Reloads, and you notice that font of heading element became larger and italic, but background color of this element is no longer yellow. It means that when we assigned the second class attribute change font, then it has removed the previous one, which was change background. In order to maintain both class attributes at the same time, we can use a little trick. For that I'm going to use addition assignment operator, which is plus equal sign. But before I use it, I want to briefly demonstrate how this operator works. So let's create variable var a and set it to 10. Then use this operator and write a plus equals 20. Then log it in console, write console.log a. Reload, and we have 30. It's the same as the following. Let's comment it out and write a equals a plus 20. So you see that we have the same result. Let's get rid of these codes and use this operator with class name attribute. Just write here plus sign before equal sign, and in order to add this class name as a different one, we need to separate those class names with space. Refresh, and we have larger italic font with background color yellow. That's because we have assigned to h2 element both class names change background and change font. Okay, as we said, class name property returns string values, and in order to prove it, let's write console.log, then h2.className, reload, and you see that we have the class names here. Then check the type of these values using type of operator. So write type of inside the parentheses, and we have string. Okay, this was class name property. Now let's talk about another one, which, as I said in the beginning of the lecture, is class list property. It returns the class name or class names of an element as a DOM token list object. And because of that, it's a read-only property. You can use multiple methods in order to add, remove, and toggle class attributes. Alright, let's see how this property works. At first, get rid of these codes and write console.log h2.classList. Reload, and you see that we have our class name inside square brackets. If we drop down it, we will see that it's called DOM token list. DOM token list looks like HTML collection or node list. It's an array-like object as well, which has length property, and the items have 0 base index numbers. This kind of object allows us to use methods that we have mentioned a few seconds ago. Now let's see how they work with class list property. In order to add second class name which will change font, we need to write h2.classList, and then we need to use add method, and inside the parentheses we need to pass name of the class as a string. Write .add, and inside the parentheses write change font. Reload, and you see that font is changed. And also in console we can see that new class name was added to DOM token list. Using class list property and add method, we add new class name and simultaneously maintain the previous ones. Working in this way allows us to avoid using plus equals operator that was in case of class name property. Besides the add method, we can use remove, which actually removes class name from the list. So let's write h2.classList .remove, and inside the parentheses write class name change background. Refresh, and the yellow background is removed, and also the class name is deleted from the list. Okay, the next method, and a bit interesting, is toggle. This method removes the class name if it does exist and adds it if it doesn't exist. So write another line of code and use toggle method. Write h2.classList .toggle, and inside the parentheses write again the class name change background. Before I reload, let's explain once again. So here we do not have change background class name, and in this case toggle method will add it to the list. So refresh, and you see that we have changed background. But if we comment this line of code out, then toggle method will remove change background class name from the list. Alright, that's the way how class list property with its methods works. There are also other methods, but the methods that we have discussed are the most commonly used and popular. Okay, so in this lecture we have learned how to change style of elements using class name and class list properties. See you in the next video. It's time to talk about one of the most important aspects in DOM and general in JavaScript as well. I'm going to show you how the web pages can be interactive and dynamic using JavaScript events. So what is an event? Events are actions that happen on a web page you are programming. As you remember, when we have been talking about functions, we said that in order to execute function, we need to call them. In this case, the same happens, but invoking function is managed by user's behavior. I mean, if the user clicks on button or presses the keys on keyboard or moves the mouse and many others. So you can imagine how the powerful and interesting things I'm going to show you. Alright, let's go back to brackets. At first I want to say that there are different ways to set up JavaScript events, and we will cover all of them. Now let's open index.html file and select one of the elements which will be used in order to attach the event. Let's choose heading h2 element, then go back to script.js file, which is empty for now, and get access on that element using query selector method. So create variable h2 equals document dot query selector, and inside the parentheses write header h2. Then in order to attach click event to that element, we need to write following: h2 dot onClick. Each time when we use events, we need to always write on before the actual name of the event. In this case, I use click event, which is one of the most frequently used. But besides the click event, there are lots of other events like on mouse over, on mouse out, on key press, on load, and many others. Okay, now we need to assign to that event the function, but in this case the function should be anonymous, so we don't need to assign the name to that function. Write function, and inside the curly braces write console.log, and then the text clicked. Reload the page. So if we click on heading element, you'll see that we have clicked in console. It means that when I clicked on heading, event was fired and the function was executed. Okay, we can use another event on heading element, let's say mouse over, and I'm going to copy it and then change onClick into on mouse over, and also change the text in console, write mouse over. Reload. If we mouse over the heading element, then the second function will be executed. So you see in console mouse over, and if we click on heading, then click event will be fired. Therefore we have clicked in console. Alright. Besides this kind of way, we can attach events to elements in a different way. I mean that we need to add events as the HTML attributes to elements, but in this case we don't need anonymous functions anymore. We need to assign names to these functions, so let's get rid of these codes and write function A and function B. Then go to index.html file, find heading element, and inside h2 tag add events as attributes. Write onClick, and as the value of that attribute we need to write function name A with parentheses. Then add second event attribute on mouse over and the value as function B. Reload, and you see that the same happens as in previous example when we click or mouse over the heading element. Alright, I have demonstrated this approach just for your information. This way of adding events is a little bit older and sometimes not flexible, so I do not recommend to use it. But anyway, you should know this approach because in practice in the future you may sometimes come across this type of coding. Alright, one of the disadvantages of that approach is that when we assign the exact same event attributes with different functions, then only the first one is executed. So let's prove it. If we change on mouse over into onClick, and also the text inside console.log, right here clicked A and then clicked B, then reload. If you click on heading, then you will see that only the function A is executed and function B is ignored. In order to fix that, I mean to attach to the element similar events and also execute all of them, we need to use modern and frequently used approach, which is to add event listener. So let's stop here and discuss how to use add event listener in the next video. Alright, we are back and let's continue talking about events in JavaScript. As I said in previous video, I'm going to consider JavaScript event listeners in this lecture. So what is an add event listener? It is a method that attaches an event handler to the specified element, and it does this without overwriting the existing event handlers. You are able to attach as many event handlers to one element as you want. Alright, let's go back to our text editor, get rid of these codes, except the first line, because I'm going to use again the heading h2 element, then go to index.html file and remove the event attributes as well from h2 heading tag, because we don't need them anymore. Okay. So now I'm going to attach an event listener to h2 element in order to fire the click event. For that we need to write h2.add event listener. Remember that add event listener is a case sensitive, so you need always to write the words with capital letters except the word add. Then open parentheses and pass the first parameter, the event name, as a string. Write here click. Again, remember that when you use add event listener, you always need to pass the event name without on, as it was in previous approach. So you need to write just click and not on click. The second parameter in add event listener method is a function, which should be again an anonymous function. And third parameter is a boolean value, true or false, which is optional and we will discuss it a bit later. So write here function, then inside the parentheses write console.log clicked. Okay, reload the page, then click, and you see it works. When I click on heading, clicked appears in console. You can create the function outside the add event listener, but in this case you need to use a regular function. As a parameter in add event listener you need to pass the function name, but without the parentheses. So let's create the same function outside and call it A. Then inside the curly braces write again console.log clicked. And then instead of anonymous function, let's put the function name as the second parameter. Reload, then click, and we have the exact same result. Alright. As you remember from previous lecture, we were talking about the disadvantage of an approach where we were using event attributes in HTML element tag. We could not use the similar events, but with different functions at the same time. In case of add event listener method, it's possible. So let's copy the function and change it slightly. Write here the function name B, then clicked B in console. Also for the function A, let's write clicked A. Then add another event listener to h2 element and just change the function name, write B. Reload, then click, and you see that both add event listeners work. When I click on heading, both click events fire, and in console we see clicked A and clicked B. That is one of the differences between add event listeners and event attributes. Alright, now I'm going to talk about an event object. So what is an event object? When an event occurs, the event object is created. It tells us the information about the event, the information about which element the event happened on, which key was pressed for a key press event, or exactly at what part of the page the user clicked for a click event, and so on. When the event object is passed into a function, it is often given a parameter called e, or sometimes event. Alright, let's remove these codes and just leave one function with the proper add event listener. Then pass e as a parameter and write it inside console.log as well. Reload, then click, and you see that in console we've got the type of event, which is mouse event. If you drop down it, you will see the list of different properties and their proper values. Let's consider some of them. For example, the first property is alt key, which has a value false. It means that when I clicked on heading, I haven't been pressing on alt key. If I reload the page again, then click the heading, and at the same time I keep pressing on alt key, then it will get the value as a true. So you see that we have true. Okay, if you go down, you will notice client X and client Y properties. Those properties indicate the exact coordinates of the clicked spot on the page, I mean the whole browser window. Client X shows us the number of pixels from the left, and client Y shows the number of pixels from the top. The next and useful properties which you may use in the future are offset X and offset Y. They are similar as client X and client Y, but the difference is that it measures pixels of the element itself. Okay, if you go deeper, you will see the path property, which consists of items from the current element to the global window object. If you drop down it, you will notice that it's actually an array. You can use those items with their proper index numbers and manipulate on them. Below you can find the type of event, which tells us that it's a click event. And also we have here a target property, which I think is the most important property in that list, because we will frequently use it, and also we will meet it in the future many times. You see that it has a value h2. This is the element on which we have bound the click event. Let's use this property and see exactly what it returns. Write inside console e.target, reload, click, and we have h2 element with its content node manager. Okay, now I'm going to show you kind of an interesting thing. Let's get rid of e parameter and inside console write special keyword this. So what do you expect to get? Let's reload, then click, and you see that we have the same h2 element. I hope that this result is not surprising, because you know that this keyword refers to object, and in this case h2 is an object on which click event is attached. Therefore this keyword refers to h2 element. Alright, as we said, there are lots of JavaScript events, but we are not going to discuss each of them because I think that it will be a little bit boring. There is a great source regarding events. You can visit developer.mozilla.org website, and you can find here a list of the most commonly and frequently used events. I recommend to overview this list. It would be great if you introduce the majority of these events, because in the future you may need to use some of them. You'll be able to find this link in the text document, which will be attached to that lecture. Alright. We are not done with events yet. In the next video I'm going to discuss more advanced things regarding events, so let's move on. We already know what an add event listener is and how it works, and now I'm going to consider a bit advanced stuff regarding event listeners. Let's go back to brackets. When we talked about functions inside add event listener, you remember that there were two ways. The first was to pass anonymous function as a parameter, and the second way was to create function outside add event listener and then pass the function name inside it as a parameter. But you might notice that in both ways, we could not pass the arguments for those functions. In order to do that, we can use a little trick, which is very simple. Let's use this code from previous lecture. And at first I want to pass parameters inside the function a, so write here x and y. After that, inside console.log, write, for example, x multiplied to y. Then, in order to pass the arguments, we need to use anonymous function, and in that anonymous function we need to call function a with arguments. So write here, instead of a, function, and then invoke function a, write a, and pass the arguments, for example 5 and 10. Reload, then click on heading, and you see that we have 50 in console. Okay, so generally add event listener doesn't allow us to pass arguments inside functions, but if you need it, you can use this simple trick. Okay, now I'm going to talk about another important thing regarding events, which is called event flow. At first, let's take a look on index.html file. You see here that we have div element, which is a wrapper. It contains all the elements, and if we attach add event listener to that element, then click on any element inside this div, the event will be fired. Suppose that another event listener is attached to header element, which is inside div element, and also another one is attached to h2 heading element. Then what will be the sequence of events when we click on h2 element? It's interesting because when we click on h2 element, it automatically means that we click on header and div as well. Let's see what happens. Go back to script.js file and remove these codes. At first, select the mentioned elements, so create variable var div equals document dot query selector, then write div dot wrapper because it has the class name wrapper. Then we need to select header element, so create the variable var header equals document dot query selector, and write here header. And the third one, which we want to select, is h2 heading element, so write var h2 equals document dot query selector header h2. Okay, after that, attach to each of these elements add event listeners. So let's start from div, write div dot add event listener, then pass the click event, right click, then the second parameter, function, and inside the curly braces, write console.log from div. Now I'm going to copy it and paste twice. Then change div into header, write header. And also inside the console, write from header. And then below, write instead of div h2 element. and again inside console.log write from h2. Reload, then click on h2 element, and you see that the sequence is following. Event firing started from inner elements. At first event was fired for h2 element, then for header, and then for div. In order to make our example clearer, let's add some features for each function. Delay each function execution for a second. For that, create variable delay, and then use one of the methods of date object, which is getTime. This method returns total amount of milliseconds from 1970. So write new date, and then use getTime method, write .getTime. And now we need to add to that 1000 milliseconds. After it, I'm going to use a while loop, which will have the following condition. Write while, and inside the parentheses, write new date is less than delay. Okay, so what does these two lines mean? When the function is executed, then while loop gives us 1 second, because the condition inside it will become false in 1 second. The reason of this fact is that current time is less than delay with 1 second. Let's copy those lines and paste for the rest of the functions. Then reload, click on heading, and you see clearly what is the sequence of event firing in this case. So sequence of event firing from inner element to outer is called event bubbling, and it is the default behavior. As you remember from previous videos, I was talking about the third parameter of addEventListener method, which is a Boolean value and is optional. You see that here we don't have this third parameter, but if we write false for each addEventListeners, then reload and click, you see that nothing is changed. We have the exact same result. That's because addEventListener has false for the third parameter as a default. But if we change false into true, then again reload, click, and you see that we have an opposite result. The sequence of event firing is from outer elements to inner. This is called event capturing. So remember that when the sequence of event firing is from inner to outer, it's called event bubbling, and in case of from outer to inner, it's called event capturing. And you can manage it using a third parameter, which is a Boolean value. Alright, before we finish talking about events, I want to show you how they actually work behind the scenes. So let's comment this code out, and then grab h2 element and also addEventListener. Then change the text in console, write from click event. Then create function A, and inside the curly braces write console.log from function A. Then cut these lines of code in order to delay execution of codes for 3 seconds and paste them inside function A. Then change 1000 into 3000. Then call this function. And after that, below write console.log global code is executed. So when I reload the page, the execution of function A will be delayed for 3 seconds, and during these 3 seconds I will click on H2 element, and let's see what happens. So reload and click a couple of times, and you see that we have from function A, then global code is executed, and from click event. So what happened? When we reload the page, global execution context is created. Then function A creates its local execution context. And actually during execution of function A, we have clicked on heading element, but the function inside add-event-listener did not start execution. It is waiting until function A finishes execution, and then global code. After that runs the function inside event listener. So it means that at first JavaScript engine executes all the codes, and after that it waits for events. Alright. That was all about events. See you in the next video. In order to manipulate on HTML element attributes, DOM allows us to use several methods. The first method which I would like to introduce you is getAttribute. It returns the value of the attribute with the specified name of the element. The value that is returned using this method is a string. Okay, let's go to Developer Tools and use getAttribute method. At first, select one of the elements from the HTML file. Let's say div element, which has a class name wrapper. So let's write a variable div equals document.querySelector, and then write div.wrapper. Then use getAttribute method. So write div.getAttribute, and inside the parentheses, let's indicate the attribute class. So we have a wrapper, which is a class name of that div element. If we specify the attribute inside parentheses, which actually doesn't exist, for example ID, then getAttribute method will return null. So again, getAttribute method is used to get a value of HTML element attribute. Alright. The second method which is used in order to manipulate on elements attributes is setAttribute method, which sets the value of an attribute on the specified element. If the attribute already exists, the value is updated. Otherwise, a new attribute is added with the specified name and value. SetAttribute method uses two parameters. First one is an attribute name, and the second one is attribute value. You need to pass both of them as string values. Alright, let's go back to Developer Tools and use setAttribute method. So write div.setAttribute and write as a first parameter the style attribute, and then change the background color of div element. Write background, let's say coral. So you see that div element has changed its background color. If we check this element in HTML file, we'll find that it has a new attribute style with its value background coral. Using setAttribute method, you can assign to HTML elements any attribute you want, like ID, title, href, name, and so on. Besides the get and set attributes, we have other methods like remove attribute and has attribute. The first one removes the attribute from the element. So if we write here div.remove attribute and then indicate the attribute as a style, then the style attribute will be removed and div element will get back its recent background. Using second method, which is has attribute, we can check if the element has attribute or not. This method returns boolean value true and false. So write div.hasAttribute and then check if the div element has the attribute style. So write style here. You see that we have false because the style attribute is already removed and doesn't exist. Alright. Now I'm going to write a little example using setAttribute method and also the click event on button add. I want to change type of that input, make it as a submit button, and also as a value I want to use the text that I will enter here. So let's do it. In order to select those two elements, at first look at the HTML file. So we have here form element, which includes both input elements. They have the ID attributes add input and add button. So let's use these attributes and select elements, go back to script.js file and write variable button equals document.getElementById and insert here the ID of button, add button. Then write variable input equals document.getElementById and pass the ID add input. As I said, I'm going to use click event, therefore we need to attach to the button element add event listener. So write btn.addEventListener. Then write here click event and also the function. Here we will face to one unexpected thing, and in order to show that, I'm going to write here console.log hello world, then reload, click on button, and you notice that the text hello world is blinking when I press on the button. The reason is that the type of that button is submit, and on click event it actually refreshes the page. So we need to somehow avoid this fact. We can use event object and the method of it, which is called preventDefault. This method prevents submitting a form when we click on submit button. So let's pass e as a parameter and then inside the curly braces write e.preventDefault. Then reload, click on this submit button, and you see that page is not refreshed anymore and we have hello world in console. Alright, let's go ahead and delete this line of code. Now I'm going to change the type value of input element as submit using setAttribute method. So write input.setAttribute. Then we need to indicate type attribute and then its value submit. Also, I'm going to change the value of value attribute and grab the text that I will enter in the form. For that, we need to write input.setAttribute. Then write here the attribute value. And then we need to grab the text which I will enter. So for that, we need to write input.value. Okay, everything is ready. Let's reload. Type here, for example, click me. After that, click on add button and here we go. We have transformed the input element into submit button. Alright. It was a little example and I showed it to you in order to demonstrate how we can manipulate an element using DOM attribute methods. Let's move on. In this lecture I'm going to talk about what is a DOM navigation. From the previous videos you remember that HTML document represents a structure like a family tree. So if we go back to brackets and take a look on our index.html file, you will find that some of the elements are inside other elements, which also include other elements, and some of them are placed side by side. This fact defines the relationship among the elements like parent, child, sibling, and so on. For example, if you look at the list element, you will see that it is a parent for the paragraphs and input element. But on the other hand, it is a child for UL element. Therefore, UL is its parent. The rest of the list elements, which are placed side by side, are siblings to each other. In this video, I'm going to introduce you some DOM properties which allow us to navigate between the elements. I think that for giving better explanations regarding DOM navigation would be perfect to select second list element. Therefore, I'm going to assign to it ID attribute. So right here ID, list item, then go to script.js file. I want to note that if you have an access on any HTML element, then using some of the properties you are able to reach to its parent element, grandparent, child elements, and siblings. Okay, let's select second list element, write variable list item equals document dot get element by ID and pass the ID list item. In order to access on its parent element, we can use a property parent node, and I'm going to work in console. So right here list item dot parent node. And you see that we've got UL element. Using this property, we can access from list element to its grandparent. For that, we can add to list item.parent node another parent node property. So we have here div elements, and if you take a look on HTML file, you will find that our list element is surrounded by UL element, which is its parent, and UL itself is surrounded by div element with class name node_list. Okay, instead of parent node, we can use the exact similar property, which is called parent element. They work in the exact same way. So if we change parent node into parent element, then we will get again a UL element. So you can use any of those properties. Alright, they also allow us to manipulate on elements. For example, we can change the background color for UL element. For that, right here list item.parent element .style .background equals to, let's say, orange. And here we go. The background of UL is orange. Okay. The next I'm going to use the property which is called child nodes. So let's write here list item dot child nodes. And you see that it gives us a node list. And inside it we have all the items which are included in list element, and also we have here text items which are called text nodes. They are actually the white spaces which are between the elements. So when you use child nodes property, they are recognized as text nodes. If we go back to index.html file and then remove these white spaces, So we need to place all those elements on one line. There were 4 text nodes, therefore we need to get rid of 4 white spaces. Then reload the page and use again child nodes property. You see that we have again node list but without text nodes. Alright, there is a better solution which allows us to avoid this kind of messy work. I mean, if we use the property called children, it will ignore all these white spaces and return the actual elements. So write list item dot children. So we have the exact same result, but there is only one difference. In case of children property, it returns HTML collection. And of course you are able to use index numbers for accessing on any element inside them. Alright, let's get back those white spaces and move on to another property which is called first child. Reload the page and use again list item, so write list item dot first child. And you see that again here we have a text node. This property, like child nodes, recognizes the white spaces as text nodes. So in order to reach directly to the child element, which is a paragraph in this case, and also avoid removing white space manually, we can use another property which is first element child. It works in the same way but ignores white spaces. So write list item dot first element child, and you see that we've got directly paragraph, which is a first child element for list element. Alright, I believe that you already guessed if we have first child and first element child properties, then DOM allows us to use last child and last element child properties. The difference is that they grab last text node and last element from the list in this case. Okay, so we have referred to how to access on parent and on child elements. The only thing that I want to demonstrate in this lecture is how to get access on siblings. For that we need to use properties like previous sibling, previous element sibling, next sibling, and next element sibling. So write list item dot previous sibling, and we have text node. So again, like child nodes and first child properties, previous sibling and also next sibling properties count white space as a text node. And again, the solution is that we have to use previous element sibling and next element sibling instead of them. So if you write here list item dot previous element sibling, then you will get first list element. And in the same way, if you use next element sibling, then you will get third list element. Okay, so I want to recommend to practice on your own using those properties, because I know that everything seems very simple, but actually without practice you may forget afterwards how those properties work. See you in the next video. Using DOM manipulation, you are able to create new elements and then add those new elements to HTML document. For doing that, we need to use some DOM methods. Alright, let's go to brackets. At first I'm going to create a new element, and for that we need to use a method called createElement. So write variable new element. The mentioned method is a method of document object, and therefore we need to attach it to document. So write document.createElement. And inside the parentheses we need to indicate name of HTML element. In this case I'm going to create button element, therefore we need to write it as a string. So write button. Okay, let's see what we actually have done. Write here console.log new element, then reload, and you see that we have button element. It's actually created, but it doesn't have a content yet. So in order to create content, we need to use another method which is called create text node. So create another variable var text equals document dot create text node, and inside the parentheses I'm going to write click. Now let's see in console what it looks like. Write console.log text, reload, and we have text here. It looks like as a string value, but it's not actually a string, it's an object, and button element is an object as well. So we have created button element and also text for the button, but they exist separately, and we need to add this text to button. For that we need to use another DOM method called appendChild. So we need to write new element dot appendChild, and as a parameter we need to insert the text node that we have just created. So write here text. Okay, let's see the result in console. At first get rid of this line and then place this console.log below, reload, and we have results that we actually wanted. Okay, the element already exists but only in JavaScript and not in HTML file. Let's go to index.html file and choose the place where we want to add this button. Below we have a form element and I'm going to add button inside it. At first we need to select form element, and you see that it has an ID attribute add, so let's use it. Go back to script.js file and create variable form equals to document.getElementById, and indicate the ID of the form element, write add. And now we need to use again appendChild method, which adds the element as a last child, in this case in the form element. So write form.appendChild, and inside the parentheses write new element. Then reload, and here we go. Our click button is added on the page, and also if we check the HTML file, you will find that it's added to form element as a last child. Alright. You agree that it doesn't look good, and let's use one of the DOM methods. In order to change the style, I'm going to use setAttribute method. So let's write new element dot setAttribute, and I'm going to set the style attribute. Write inside the parentheses style, and then write here some CSS styles. Write display block, then write margin on top and bottom 10 pixels and auto on right and left. Then use padding 5 pixels on top and bottom, and then 10 pixels. Also I'm going to change the background color, right, background property, and change the background color, right here coral, and also the last one, right here color, change the text color into white. Reload, and you see that it looks better. Okay, as we said, AppOnChild method adds the element as a last child, and there is another method which is called insertBefore, and using this method we are able to add the element at any specified place. In this case, I'm going to add new element as a first child for form element, so write form dot insert before. This method uses two parameters. First one is a new element, so write new element, and as a second parameter I want to indicate here form dot children, and then inside the square brackets indicate the index number 0. It means that new element will be placed before the first child element. So reload, and you see that a button has changed its place and we have it above other input elements. Again, you can go to HTML file and you will see that button is placed as a first child for the form element. Alright. The last thing that I'm going to show you is how to remove the element from HTML file using JavaScript. For that we need to use removeChild method, and in order to remove the element, first of all you need to access on its parent. I'm going to remove new element that we have created, so write new element dot parent element. So we have access on form element, which is the parent of new element, and now we can use removeChild method, write dot removeChild, and inside the parenthesis write as a parameter new element. Reload the page and you see that click button is gone. Check again the HTML file and you will find that it's removed from the HTML file as well. It's kind of strange, but without using parent element we cannot remove HTML element. Alright. So in this lecture you have learned how to create, add and remove elements using DOM. Let's move on. Alright. So we can say that you already know every main concept of DOM. You know how to select elements, how to manipulate and change the content and style of them. You also know how to attach events to HTML elements and lots of other stuff. Now it's time to put all of these together and start to program a little application. During this process you have a chance to do some coding tasks, and this is the first one in this section. Alright. Let's take a look on the screen. Here we have our node manager. You already know that below we have a form which includes input and submit button. They are for adding the new nodes, and your current task is exactly to do that. So you need to write the code to get the following results. When I enter something here, for example, fourth node, and then click on add button, it automatically is added to the list. And also the input becomes empty. New node has the same style and also it has the same icons for edit and delete. So what do you need to do? Let's take a look on HTML file. Obviously you need to create new list element with all its including elements. I mean paragraphs, icons with their class attributes, and also the input with class and type attribute. This input from CSS is hidden because it has the property display none. So it won't appear, and don't be confused about it. This input element will be used for editing nodes later. There is one thing to note. As you have seen, when I have typed something in input, that text value was added as a node in the list. So you will need to access and grab the value that will be written in the form. For that you need to use .value property like we have used it previously. The next feature of this application is that when the input is empty and I click on add button, it doesn't do anything. So you need to take it into account as well. Alright, is it difficult? I don't think so. You know everything, all the stuff for writing this program. I want you to try your best. You may find kind of different solution and that will be very nice. But if you have any trouble, it's not a problem. You will see the solution of this task in the next video. Okay, let's go ahead. Good luck. Alright, I'm sure that you have tried your best and somehow did this task. As I promised in this lecture, I'm going to show you a solution of this task step by step. As we said in previous video, we need to create new list element with all its including elements. This list element eventually should become one of the members of UL element. And because UL is its parent, first of all I'm going to select this element. So write variable UL equals document dot query selector and write inside the parentheses UL. As you remember, adding items should happen when we click on add button. Therefore, we need to attach add event listener on that element. Let's go to index.html. This element is placed inside the form, as we mentioned. It has the ID attribute add button, so I'm going to use it and select this element. Go back to script.js file and write the following. Document dot get element by ID. Then inside the parentheses indicate the ID attribute add button, and then attach to it add event listener right here. Add event listener. Inside the parentheses indicate the event as click. Then create function. And now I'm going to test it in console. So inside the curly braces write console.log hello. Reload. Click on add button and you see that it works. But again, because of that it refreshes the page on each click, we need to prevent it. So use event object and pass it as a parameter in a function, and then use prevent default method. So write e.preventDefault, then reload, click, and it works. Okay, let's remove this console, we don't need it for now. The next element that I'm going to use is input element. So I'm going to select it. Let's have a look to index.html file. This input element is inside form as well. It has the ID add input, so let's grab this element using ID attribute, create variable and call it add input, which equals document dot get element by ID, and pass the ID add input. Alright, at this point we have access on every existing elements, and it's time to go ahead and create a list element with all its including elements, I mean paragraphs, icons and input. First of all, create variable li and use create element method, so write var li equals document dot create element, and inside the parentheses pass list element. Using this method we also need to create other elements which will be included inside the list element. In order to write the code nicely, let's use a shorthand method, which is also a better practice, and separate the variables by commas. In this case, as remember, we don't need to write each time keyword var. So place here comma and then take a look on list element. Here we have two paragraphs. First one is for text and second one is for icons. So let's go back to script.js file and create first paragraph, call it first par, which equals document dot create element, and inside the parentheses indicate paragraph element. In the same way, create second paragraph. Right here, second par equals document dot create element p. Okay. As you notice, the second paragraph contains two icons. Therefore, we need to create them. So create another variable and name it as first icon. This icon is for editing the notes. Right here, document dot create element, and indicate the element as I. Then let's duplicate it and change first icon into second icon. And the last element we got to create is input. So right here, input equals document dot create element, and pass here the element name as input. Alright, so all the elements that we needed are already created, and the next thing I'm going to do is to add the proper attributes for that element. Let's again take a look on HTML file. You can see here that both icons have two classes. We need to add those class names to newly created icon elements. So let's copy it and go back to JavaScript file and write following. First icon dot class name equals, and paste here the class name that we have copied. Then do the exact same thing for second icon. Let's copy class name from HTML file, then write second icon dot class name equals, and paste here class. Alright. Also, we need to do the same thing for input elements that we have created. We need to assign class name and also set the type attribute for it. Again, go to HTML file. Input element has class name as edit note and the type attribute text. So write input.className equals edit note, and then input.setAttribute. Right here, type attribute, and then its value as text. Okay. As we know, first paragraphs contain the value that are entered in the form. So for the first paragraph, we need to set text content as a value that will be entered in the input. So write first par dot text content equals add input, and here I'm going to use dot value property, so write dot value. Okay, the next step is to add those elements to HTML file. So let's start from icon element. Both of them have the same parent, which is second paragraph, so we need to add those elements to it using appendChild method. Right here, second par dot appendChild, and inside the parentheses as a parameter, let's insert first icon. Then duplicate and change first icon into second icon. Alright, let's go ahead, and now it's time to add paragraphs and input to the list element. Again, I'm going to use appendChild method. You know, I want to say one thing. I'm not trying to explain again and again what those methods and properties do, because in previous lectures we have described them in details. And besides, the name of most of these methods and properties tell us what they generally do. So let's move on and add paragraph and input to the list element. Write li.appendChild and then pass the parameter first paragraph. Let's duplicate it twice, then change first paragraph into second paragraph, and then below change it into input. Okay, let's check in console what the newly created list element looks like. So write console.log li, then reload, type something in input and click. So we have list element which contains two paragraphs and input. In the first paragraph you see the text that we have just typed in input. Alright, so we are almost done, but there are still a couple of things to do. We need to add the list element to the HTML document using its parent element, which we have defined at the beginning of this lecture. So we need to write ul.appendChild and then pass the parameter as list. Let's reload the page, type something in input again, then click, and here we go. The item is added to the list. But still we have the text in input. You see that it's not empty. We have to fix that, and also there is another thing that needs to fix. If we clear the input and then click on add button, then the empty item is added to the list. So in order to fix the first problem, we just need to do a simple thing. We need to indicate add input value as empty, and we need to write it after all of these stuff. So write below add input dot value and make it equal to empty strings. Then reload, write here something and click. So you see that item is added and the input is empty at the same time. Okay, let's go back and fix the second problem. For that we just need to use one conditional statement, I mean if statement. So write after the variable add input if. Also I want all of these codes to work when the value of add input is not empty. Therefore we need to pass here a very simple condition. Add input dot value not equals to empty string. And also we need to surround all of these codes by the curly braces of if statement. Alright, let's reload and write something, then click. The item is added and input is empty, and if we click again on button, then nothing happens because of the if statement that we have added finally. Okay, congratulations, our task is done. I think that it was interesting for you and you have enjoyed it. See you in the next video. As I promised in previous video, I'm going to show you how to hide and unhide items from the node list. At first, let's see how it works. We have here the finished version of our project. So when we click on hide nodes, then the items are disappear, and also the text hide is replaced into unhide. And when we click on unhide nodes, the items appear on the list again. Okay, let's go back to brackets and take a look on HTML file. We have here div element with ID hide list, and it contains two elements, label and input. As you see, the input has the type checkbox and it's hidden by default from CSS file. This checkbox is used to manage different conditions for items. As you already know, when for attribute inside label tag and ID of input element have the same values, then clicking on label element is enough in order to check the box. For clearness and for better understanding, I'm going to disable display none property from CSS file. So let's go to style.css and comment display none property out. Then go back to script.js file. At first I'm going to write the comment. We are starting the next part, so write here hide items. In order to hide list items on click event, we need to attach add event listener to input element, but at first we have to select it. So write variable hide item equals document.getElementById. You know that input element has ID hide, so let's pass it here, write hide. And then I'm going to attach add event listener to input element, so write hide item dot add event listener. Then indicate the click event and also create the function. As usually, let's test it in console, so write console.log checked. Reload, then click on hide nodes and you see that it works. Okay, let's move on, and on click hide list items. For that I'm going to use if conditional statement. We need to hide list items when the checkbox will be checked. I'm going to use another DOM property called checked, which checks if the input is checked and returns the boolean value. So write if, and then as a condition write hide item dot checked. So when the checkbox is checked, then this condition becomes true and we need to indicate the proper state of the list items. In this case we need to hide them. Therefore I'm going to use style property and then display none for UL element, which was defined on global level at the beginning of this project. So write ul.style.display equals to none. Reload, click on hide. So checkbox is checked and you see that the list items are hidden. But if we click back on hide nodes, then nothing will happen. In order to appear again list items, we have to write else statement. Write else, and in else statement we need to define display property as block. So write ul.style.display equals to block. Reload, then click. So the items are hidden and when we click back they appear again. Okay. The next thing we need to do is to change the text content of the label element. I mean to change hide into unhide when we click on label. Before that we need to select label element, but we need to write it above if statement. So create variable label equals document dot and use here query selector method, and inside the parentheses write label. Now inside the if statement we have to set text content of label as unhide nodes. So write label dot text content equals to unhide nodes. Reload. From HTML file the label element has content as hide nodes, so when we click on label text content will be changed into unhide notes. And when we click back, the items will appear, but label will maintain its content as unhide notes again. So in order to fix that, I'm sure that you already guessed what to do. We simply need to change text content again inside else statement. So write label.text content equals to hide notes. Reload, then click, and you see that it works. Alright, so we are almost done, and the last thing that I'm going to do is to hide checkbox again from CSS. Let's go to style.css file and remove the comments from display property. Then reload again, and here we go. That's it. The only thing that we have to do is to program search filter. So see you in the next video. This is the last video in this section, and we are going to finalize our little application. The last part to program is a search filter. At first, let's take a look on our finished project and see how search filter works. When we write here something, then the filter searches if those characters exist through the list items. It doesn't matter if we write here characters in lowercase or in uppercase, the filter searches the proper items anyway, because it's programmed as case insensitive. Alright, let's go back to brackets and as usually, write here the comment search filter. First of all, before you actually start to program it, you need to select search input element. So let's go to index.html file. Here we have the form element with ID search node, and it includes the input that we want to select. Okay, let's go back to JavaScript file and write variable search input equals document.querySelector. Then pass the ID search node and then the input element. Okay, I'm going to attach add event listener to search input element, and also I'm going to use new event which is called key up. This event is fired when we release the pressed key on keyboard. So let's write search input dot add event listener, then indicate, as we said, key up, and also write the anonymous function. I'm going to test it again in console, so write here console.log. Key is released. Reload the page and then keep pressing the key for a while, and you see that when I release the key, event is fired. Alright, the next step is to grab the value which will be entered inside search input. So for that I'm going to create the variable search character. Let's remove console.log and write var search character. Again, you need to use event object and its property target. So at first pass e as a parameter inside function and then write e.target.value. As we have already mentioned, the value that will be entered inside search input should be case insensitive. In order to reach that, the value of search input and also the text contents of list items should be transformed either to uppercase or to lowercase. For that, in JavaScript we have string methods like toUppercase and toLowercase, and in this case I'm going to use toUppercase. So write dot toUppercase. Let's check in console how this method works and write here console.log search character. Reload, and if we type something in lowercase, then this method will transform the values into uppercase. It doesn't matter if we type here in lowercase or in uppercase, it will always keep the values into uppercase. Alright. You know that we are going to compare the value of search input to list items. Therefore, we need to select them. So write var nodes equals ul dot get elements by tag name and pass here list item. In order to compare the value to each list item, you need to use loop through the items. I'm going to use for each method, but you can feel free and instead of for each use for loop. It's up to you. As you remember, get elements by tag name returns HTML collection. Therefore, we need to transform this collection into array. And for that, let's use a well-known method which you are already familiar with. So write array.from. Then pass here the variable nodes. Then use for each, write for each. Inside the parentheses, write anonymous function. And then pass as a parameter node, which should be the current item. As we said, we need to compare node text to value of search input, and for that we have to grab text content of the list items which belongs to first paragraphs in the list element. So let's create the variable var part text. As you see, inside for each method we have parameter node, which, as I said, represents current item, and we need to use it here. So write node dot first element child, which is the paragraph in the list item, and then text content. So we already have access on the first paragraph's text, and now we need to use if statement and the following condition. So as you know, we have transformed search input value into uppercase, and therefore we have to transform paragraph text into uppercase as well. So write if, then part text dot to uppercase. Now I want to introduce you a new string method which will actually help us to search the proper characters. This method is called indexOf. For demonstration purposes, let's write some examples in order to see how it works. I'm going to use console. So let's test it. Write hello as a string. Then dot indexOf. And inside the parentheses, pass as an argument one of the characters. Let's say h. And you see that we have 0. Because indexOf method gives us 0 base index numbers. So it has searched inside the string the character h, which is the first character in string hello, and therefore it returned its position as a 0. So if we change h into l, it will return 2. In hello we have 2 l's, but indexOf method, after finding the first l, terminates searching and returns the position of the first found character. Besides, if we pass as an argument several characters at the same time, it will return the position of only the first found character. Okay. If the character doesn't exist in string, then indexOf always returns -1. For example, use character, let's say k, and you see that we got -1. Okay. IndexOf method also takes into account the sequence of characters. So if we write here HO, you see that both characters are included in hello, but the sequence is incorrect. Therefore, indexOf returns -1 as well. Alright. The next thing about index of is that it's case sensitive. If we write here age in uppercase, still we will get -1. And that's the reason why we had transformed values and text into uppercase. Okay, I think that it makes sense. For programming the search filter, the index of method is a great tool. Let's go back to brackets and use this method. Write .indexOf. And as a parameter, let's insert search character in which we have stored the value of search input. Now write not strict equals to -1. So if this condition is true, it means that we have found the proper list item. Therefore, we need to maintain this item on the page. So write inside the curly braces note.style.display equals to block. If the condition is false, it means that current item is not matched to search character value. Therefore, we need to hide it using else statement. So write else and then note.style.display equals to none. Okay, reload the page and then type, for example, the character F. And you see that we have only first note because only this item contains character F. Now write D, and we have second note and third note because both of them contain the character D. Okay, let's recap how the filter actually works. So when I type a single character, for example I, and release the key, then the event is fired and function is invoked. JavaScript engine executes the codes line by line, and when it reaches to for each loop, then for the first iteration it will check first list item, and because of that it contains character I. Condition inside if statement becomes true and the first node will be maintained on the page. Then for second iteration, the value of node is second list item. Again, engine checks by the condition of if statement if it contains character I. We know that it does not, therefore the condition is false, and because of the else statement it becomes hidden. Then in the same way, the third list item will be checked. It contains I, therefore it's maintained on the page as well. For now we don't have more items and therefore loop is finished. Alright. Congratulations, we have just finished our project and also this section regarding DOM. I'm sure you've got a solid knowledge and learned lots of things about DOM, but in order to test your knowledge, a little quiz is waiting for you. So let's go ahead, good luck. Hello and welcome to the next part of our course. Throughout the previous sections you have already got enough JavaScript knowledge, which allow you to go further and introduce more advanced and complicated things in JavaScript. The topics that we're going to cover in this section are really advanced and complex stuff of JavaScript language, so you should be more concentrated, because learning well this part of JavaScript language is definitely important for you. We will start this section by showing you that almost everything is an object in JavaScript, and we will prove that. Also, we're going to be covering the things like function constructors, object function, prototypal inheritance. You will learn about first-class functions, immediately invoked function expressions, closures, call, apply, bind methods, and much more stuff. I'm going to explain each of these topics step by step in details, with lots of interesting and helpful coding examples. I believe that you will enjoy this part of our course, so let's go ahead and start learning advanced JavaScript. We have already talked about that almost everything is an object in JavaScript. So what does it mean when we say almost? You already know that there are two types of data in JavaScript. Primitives like strings, numbers, booleans, undefined and null, and non-primitives like arrays, functions, objects, dates, and etc. So when we say that everything is an object in JavaScript, it means that everything except primitive data is an object. Alright, let's go to brackets and using some practical examples prove that fact. At first I'm going to use an example regarding arrays. So let's create a simple array, right? Var array equals, and pass here the numbers as items 1, 2, and 3. As we know, we can add another item on the fly using the following method. We need to write array, then inside the square brackets we need to indicate the index number, in this case 3 because we're going to add new item as the fourth item, and then equals 4. Let's check it in console. Write console.log array, reload. So you see that new item as a fourth member is added to the array. Okay. Generally, when we deal with objects and want to add properties and methods to them, for that we can use dot or bracket notation. In order to prove that array is an object, I'm going to add a new item to it as a property. So write array dot prop equals to hello. Reload, and you can see that hello is a part of the array and it looks like as a property. It's not added as a usual array item. If we drop down it, you will see that the length property indicates that this array has 4 items and not 5. If we want to access on hello, we cannot do it using index numbers. We need to use dot notation or bracket notation. So if we write in console array dot prop, then we will get hello. So this little example proves that array is an object. Alright, now let's move on and talk about functions. Functions like arrays are objects. You can attach to it as a property, primitive, object, or another function. But the main difference between functions and objects is that functions are invocable. In order to execute the code, we need to call them. Let's see some examples. At first, let's get rid of these codes and write function A, and then inside the curly braces write console.log hello. So here we have a simple function, and now I'm going to attach to it a property, at first as primitive. And in this case, let's use bracket notation, write A, then open square brackets and write prop as a property within single quotes, and then equals to high. Okay, now let's add object as a property. Write a dot object and create a simple object. Write here property grid with the value hey. And also I'm going to attach to function A another function as a method. So write a dot my function equals, right here, anonymous function, and then inside the curly braces write console.log hola. Reload. You see that the function is created on global level, so let's check window object, write window in console, then drop down it. So here we have the function A. If we drop down it as well, you can see that all of this stuff which we have written is added to function A. My function is attached to it as a method. Also we have here object as a property, And then we have another property as a primitive high. So when we attached them to the function a, they became the parts of it. Again, as it was in case of arrays, it proves that functions are objects as well. Alright. I think that it was interesting. To know such stuff is very important. In other programming languages, it's not possible to act arrays and functions like objects, but in JavaScript it's possible because, as we said, they are a special type of objects. Objects and functions have very close connection to each other, especially when we deal with advanced JavaScript, and we will be able to see it definitely in coming videos. Let's move on. In this lecture, we're going to talk about how to create objects in kind of different way. You already know a simple way how to create an object. I mean, to create them using either literal notation or constructor notation. But when you deal with lots of similar objects, or when your JavaScript code refers to object-oriented part, then you need something different. You need to make your code more organized and sophisticated. Alright, let's open brackets. The simple way to create objects is the following. So create a couple of objects using literal notation. Create variable person1, which equals to an empty object. And now let's add some properties. Person1.firstname equals to John. And then person1.lastname equals to Smith. Then copy this object and change slightly. Change the name of object as person2 and also the values of properties, first name and last name. Write Nick and then Doe. Okay, so we have created two different but similar objects because both of them represent persons and they have the exact same properties with different values. Now let's suppose that we need to create tens of other similar objects like these persons. Then using this way of creating objects is really messy and hard, right? We need something else. One of the ways to solve this problem is to create a function which will be like a general model or pattern and help us to create similar objects with similar properties and methods. Let's see what I'm talking about. Create function and call it createPerson. Then copy one of the objects, let's say the first one, and paste inside function. Instead of person1, I'm going to call it as new person because we're going to create new object. And also do it for the properties. Write new person instead of person1 and also change the values of first name and last name. Write as a first name Bob and then as last name write Brown. Then after that, in order to get new object, we need to return new person. So write return new person. Okay, so we have created new object using a regular function, and the only thing we have to do is to invoke this function. So write here variable person3 and then call this function, so assign it as a value createPerson. Then let's log those objects in console. Write console.log person1, then duplicate it twice and change person1 into person2 and person3. Reload the page. So you see that in console we have the similar but different objects with the same properties, first name and last name. Okay. Using a function, we have just created a new object. Nothing special happened, right? So now I'm going to transform this function in a different way. That will allow us to create multiple similar objects dynamically on the fly. For that, we have to pass as parameters the properties first name and last name, and then inside the curly braces we have to assign them instead of the particular values. So write inside the parentheses first name and last name, then instead of the values Bob and Brown, write first name and last name. Then below, where we call the function, we have just to pass as arguments the values for first name and last name properties. So write Bob and Brown. Let's add one more object here, create variable person4, and then again call the function with different arguments. For example, write Mary, and as a last name write James. And also log it in console as well, write below console.log person4. Reload, and here we go. We have 4 similar objects with the same properties and with different values. But the key point is that creating objects became much more easier. We have a regular function as a general pattern, and it allows us to create as many objects as we want, but in a simpler and more dynamic way. I hope that it makes sense for you. Okay, now I'm going to talk about another way of creating objects dynamically, which is more sophisticated and also it needs less typing. Let's consider what function constructor is. The function constructor is used to create a function object. It allows us to construct objects dynamically. Okay, let's go back to our example. At first, I'm just going to transform our function as a function constructor syntactically, and then I will explain what exactly happens here. At first, let's copy it and paste, then comment this regular function out. Now let's set the function name as person. There is a special convention regarding the names of function constructors. They are written with a capital letter, and I will talk about it later. Let's change the names below as well. Write person instead of create persons. Also, let's get rid of these 2 lines and change new person into the special keyword this. And the last thing to do is to pass here before the function names new operator, which I hope you remember from the previous lectures. Alright, so here we have function constructor, and as it was in previous case, this function constructor using new operator allows us to create new objects as well. So if we reload the page, we will get objects. First 2 objects are created using literal notation, and the rest of 2 objects are created using function constructor. And because of that, we see here before the objects the word person. Alright, let's consider what new operator actually does. So the new operator creates brand new empty object, and in order to assign to it properties and methods, we use this keyword, which is actually variable. And because of new operator, this variable represents new empty object. If we miss the new operator, then this variable will represent global window object. So if we remove new and then reload, you see that we get undefined for the 3rd person object. It's because without new operator, this function works as a regular function, and we get the undefined because we don't return any value inside function. Let's write in console this, So here we have window object. If we drop down it, we will see that first name and also below last name are attached to the global window object as properties. And it's because that without new operator, this variable represents global window object. Alright. So if we compare this function constructor to previous regular function, in the first case we have created new empty object and then we have returned it. But in this case, I mean in case of function constructor, you can imagine that JavaScript engine using this new operator creates for you this variable as a new empty object and then returns it. Actually, literally it doesn't happen in this way, but I think that it's a good reference in order to imagine how function constructor actually works. Makes sense? I hope that everything is clear for you. Okay. As you see, the name of function constructor is represented with capital letter. This is a special convention. For example, it's used in order to prevent missing the new operator. If we missed it, and then when we would look at the code, the capital letter will remind that it is a function constructor. Okay. This function constructor is created manually, but in JavaScript we have built-in function constructors. And some of them you already know. For example, new object, new date, new array. And we also have new string and new number. All of these function constructors create new objects. We know that strings and numbers are primitives, but regardless of that, using new string and new number function constructors, they can be transformed into string and number objects. Let's go back to brackets and create string object using new string function constructor. So write variable string object equals new string, and inside the parentheses let's pass hello, and then check the value of string object variable and type of this variable as well. Write console.log string object, then duplicate and pass here the type of operator. Reload, and you see that we have hello. It looks like string, but it's actually an object. So the primitive string value is created as an object, and because of that it's an object, we are able to use multiple string methods like, for example, index of, which we have used previously. But as you remember, when we have used index of, we did not transform string into object. In that case, when JavaScript engine found that primitive string value was followed by index of method, it automatically transformed string into object on the fly. Make sense? Okay, I'm not going to waste time on that. In the same way, if we use new number function constructor with numbers, they will be created as number objects. Alright, I hope it makes sense, but anyway, if you have any trouble with function constructor concept or something is not clear, I recommend to rewatch the video. Let's go ahead. JavaScript is a different language from other programming languages like Java, C# or PHP, and the one thing that makes JavaScript even more different from them is prototypal inheritance. So what is prototypal inheritance? Up until this point, maybe you have not heard any of these words. It sounds complicated, but you don't have to worry because I'm going to explain it deeper. So in JavaScript, every object inherits properties and methods from its prototype. And actually, this relationship is called inheritance. prototype itself is an object. So in other words, objects are linked to other objects, and those linked objects are called the prototype. The prototype is automatically assigned to any object. Okay, as we said, JavaScript is different from other programming languages because of that prototypal inheritance. Those languages provide kind of different type of inheritance, which is called classical. Some of the developers think that prototypal inheritance is one of the downsides of JavaScript, but some of them think opposite. In my opinion, to work with prototypal inheritance is much more convenient and flexible. In case of JavaScript, the engine does automatically lots of work for you, but for example, in case of classical inheritance, you have to create classes and then organize the relationship between them. Okay, I'm not going to describe it deeper. The fact is that you have to do less work in JavaScript when you deal with prototypal inheritance. Alright, without practical examples, this still sounds complicated, so let's go back to brackets and write some codes. You already know how to create objects. You can use either literal notation or constructor notation using new operator. So here we have two empty objects. Let's log them in console. Write console.log A and then console.log B. Reload, and you see that we have two empty objects. Let's drop down them. So we have something else. You see underscore underscore proto underscore underscore, which is a special property and points or is linked to object. Let's drop down them as well. You see here a couple of built-in methods, and for both objects they are similar. So let me explain what's going on here. For that we need to know actually what happens behind the scenes. When we create objects using literal or constructor notations, each time we call built-in global object function. So if we write in console object, then we will get the mentioned global object function. I say object function because its name is object. This function allows us to create objects. It assigns property to them, which is underscore underscore proto underscore underscore. And using this property, objects have access on those methods. So where do all of these methods come from? In order to find out, we can use prototype property with this global object function and get access on the mentioned methods. Let's write object.prototype. Let's drop down, and you see that we have here exact similar methods as it was in case of proto. So this object and this one are the same. In order to prove that, let's write object.prototype.grid equals hello. Reload, and you see here we have new property grid. And if we write here object.prototype, then because of that those are the same objects, we'll get inside it grid as well. Alright, again, when we create objects using literal or constructor notation, automatically we call global object function, which actually creates those objects and allows them to have link to its prototype object. Make sense? Okay. I know that it's confusing and difficult to understand, so let me explain once again. Here we have a built-in global object function, which has its prototype object, and it also has access on its prototype object using prototype property. When we have created objects variable A using literal notation and variable B using constructor notation, You know that these methods do the same job, but literal is more convenient and shortened way. Then both of them invoke object function, which is also function constructor. And after that it creates empty objects and assigns to them this underscore underscore proto underscore underscore property, which then allows them to access on the prototype object. So you see that these newly created objects share the prototype object, which is prototype of global object function. Alright, I think it makes sense. All of those stuff happens behind the scenes when we deal with global object constructor function. In the next video we'll continue talking about prototypes with manually created function constructors. See you in the next lecture. In previous lecture we have discussed how every object which is created by global object constructor function gets an access on prototype object. In this video I'm going to talk about manually created function constructors and prototypes. Let's open brackets. At first create a simple function. I'm going to use a regular function, and using this function I will show you how prototype object is created for every function. It doesn't matter if it's function constructor or regular function, so write function A. When function is created, JavaScript engine actually creates object, because we know that functions are special types of object, and at the same time it creates prototype object of this function. Also, JavaScript engine assigns to that function object the prototype property. Using this property, function object has access on its prototype object and also gets access on global object function's prototype, which was discussed in previous lecture. So as we said, our newly created function has automatically assigned prototype property. Let's use it and write in console a.prototype. So actually now we have access on prototype object of function A. We have below underscore underscore proto underscore underscore, which points to global object function's prototype. We can reach to it if we write here a.prototype dot underscore underscore proto underscore underscore. So you see that we have here again the prototype of global object function. It happens in case of functions, but when we create objects using literal notation, then this kind of object has access only on global objects function prototype. Okay, let's see again what actually happens. When we create function, JavaScript engine automatically creates prototype object, and on that prototype object has access only that created function. Also, it gets access on global object function's prototype. And also, when we create an object using global object function, then it gets access only that global object function's prototype. So, in this case, function has access on two prototype objects. Okay, so we understand how all of this stuff work, how the prototype objects are assigned to functions, but you may be wondering why do we need it and how we can use it in practice. In case of regular functions, prototypes just exist and we don't use them, but they become powerful with function constructors. So we can use prototypes to save methods and properties, which then will be shared to group of objects. And in most cases they are used when we deal with objects which are created using function constructors. Okay, let's go back to brackets and see some examples. At first remove those codes. And now I'm going to create function constructor, so write function person, then pass the parameters, first name and last name. And inside the curly braces, write this dot first name equals first name, and then this.lastName equals to lastName. Okay, so we have here function constructor. And now let's create a couple of new objects, right? Var person1 equals new person. And I'm going to pass here the arguments as first name and last name, right? John and Smith. And in the same way, create another object, right? Var person2 equals new person. And write again first name and last name as Nick and Doe. Okay, let's log them in console. Write console.log person1, and then console.log person2. Reload. So here we have our objects. Let's drop down them. And you see underscore underscore proto underscore underscore properties. Let's drop down them as well. Again, here we have another underscore underscore proto underscore underscore. So what does it mean? You remember that object which was created using literal notation had access only on global objects function prototype. But in this case, when we create objects using function constructor, they get access on global objects function prototype and on function constructor's prototype objects as well. In function constructor, I mean the function that we have created. So that's why we had two underscore underscore proto underscore underscore properties in console. Okay, let's suppose that we want to get full names of these persons. For that, we can create method inside function constructor on which those objects will have access. So let's write this.getFullName equals to function, and inside the curly braces we need to write return statement, and then this.firstName plus, then make here space, and then plus this.lastName. Reload, and you see that inside those objects we have added method getFullName. Let's use it, for example, for person1. So write dot getFullName. Then reload, and we have John Smith. Okay, perfect. It works nicely. It's a decent way, but imagine that we have lots of person objects created by this function constructor. Then all of those objects will contain the method that we have created, and each time it will take up a new spot in memory. Working this way is not a good practice, and now it's time to use prototype, which is much better solution in this case. For that, we need to assign this method to function constructor's prototype object, and we can do it in the following way. Let's write here person. We know that when the function is created, it is assigned prototype property to access on prototype object. So we need to write here dot prototype, and then copy the method from constructor function and paste it here. Reload, then drop down, and you see that in objects we don't have getFullName method anymore. But if we check underscore underscore proto underscore underscore property, then we will find the mentioned method. It means that it's saved in function constructor's prototype object. So, why is a better way to use prototype? In case of prototype, getFullName method takes only one spot in memory, but it is usable for every object that is created and will be created using function constructor, because as we said, it is a shareable place for all objects. So if we use getFullName method with person1 or person2, it will work for both of them. So write here getFullName for person1 and do it for person 2 as well. Reload, and you see that it works for both person objects. In the same way, we can add properties to prototype object. So let's write person.prototype.grid, for example, equals hello from prototype object. Then reload the page and write in console person1.grid, and of course we have hello from prototype object. Okay, let's see what happens when person1 has the same property, grid. So write person1.grid equals to hello from person1 object. Then reload and write again person1.grid. Now we have hello from person1 object. Okay, so how does it work? All of this stuff is about prototype chain, and before we finish, I would like to consider it. So again, here we have person1 object, which is created by function constructor. We have function constructor's prototype object, and also global object functions prototype. Suppose that person1 object and both prototype objects have the property grid with different values, and we want to access on it using the following code, person1.grid. So what will be the result? I'm sure that you guess we will get hello, because at first JavaScript engine will search this property inside person1 object, and if it exists there, then we will get hello, and after that engine will terminate searching. Suppose that we do not have grid property inside person1 object, then engine will start searching this property inside person1 object. It won't find it there. After that, engine will continue searching inside prototype object of function constructor. You see that grid property exists inside that prototype object, therefore we'll get hi, and engine will terminate searching again. Alright, let's suppose that grid property only exists inside global object function prototype. You already know what will happen. JavaScript engine will search it inside person1, then inside prototype object of function constructor person. It won't find, and then engine will search grid property inside global object functions prototype. So we will get howdy. If grid doesn't exist in person1 object or in any of those prototype objects, we will get undefined. And all of these relationships are called as prototype chain. Alright, this was all about prototype objects. I know that it's one of the confusing parts of JavaScript, but it's not really so complicated. You just need to understand it well. But if you have any trouble with the topic, I recommend to rewatch those videos and practice and test some examples on your own. Okay, let's go ahead. You already know how to create objects using a literal or new operator, and now I want to introduce another way to create objects using object.create method. This method allows us to create object, and at the same time it allows us to define for that object the prototype that we want. Object.create is a method of a global object, and in order to prove that, let's go to brackets. I'm going to use a new method called console.dir, which allows us to display a list of properties and methods of the specified object. So write console.dir, and inside the parentheses, let's write the global object, then reload, and we have here the object function. If we expand it, you will see here a bunch of methods and some of the properties. And here at the beginning we have our mentioned method create. Alright, let's get rid of console.dir and create the variable var object1. As we have just seen, create is a method of global object, therefore we need to write at first object and then attach to it create method. Object.create takes two parameters. As a first parameter, we need to define the prototype that we want to connect to our created object. And you need to remember that passing this parameter is mandatory. So write object.prototype. The second parameter is optional and I'm going to omit it for now. And now let's see in console what we have. Write console.log object1. Reload. So we have here an empty object because we have missed second parameter. The exact same happens if we use empty curly braces here as a second parameter. Okay, if we drop down this empty object, we will get here global object functions prototype. It's because we have indicated it as a first parameter inside object.create method. We can say that it's the same thing as an empty object created using literal notation. So right here var object2 and then log it in console as well. Write console.log object2. Reload, and you see that both of them have access on global object functions prototype. Alright, let's remove these lines of code, and now I'm going to show you how to add properties and methods to the newly created object. Of course, we can use dot notation. So if we write object1.name equals to John, then reload, we will have here name property inside our object. There is another way to add properties, and let's comment this line out. We can do it using second parameter. This way has kind of strange syntax, but it's the way how it works. So write here name, and here is a strange part. Instead of assigning the value simply, we need to create another object and then use value property and then assign the actual value to it. So open curly braces and write value John. Reload the page and you see that we have the exact same result. Alright. So you already know basically how object.create method works. As we said, we can connect newly created object to any of the object's prototypes. And let's see it with function constructor. Let's remove these quotes and create function constructor, right? Function person. Then inside the curly braces, write this dot name and assign the value as John. Now I'm going to add a new property to person's prototype object. So write here person.prototype .grid equals to hello. Okay, at first I'm going to create object using new operator in order to compare it to the object that will be created using object.create method. So write var person1 equals to new person. Then use object.create and create other object var person2 equals object.create and pass as a parameter person.prototype. Let's log both objects in console. Write console.log person1 and then person2. Reload, and you see that we have two person objects. First one, which is created using new operator, and the second person object, which is created using object.create method. Let's expand them and drop down __proto properties as well. You see that in both cases we have grid property. So it means that both objects have access on person's prototype object, and of course both of them have access on global object functions prototype. But here we have one difference between those two person objects. The first one, which was created using a new operator, has a name property and the value John, but the second one, created using object.create method, doesn't have it. Okay, so you already know that using object.create method we can manually define the prototype for that created object, either the prototype of global object or function constructor, or even we can create other object and pass it as a prototype of it. So it may sound confusing, but do not worry, I'm going to show you another example in order to explain it well. For that I'm going to create an object, write var first proto, then write here the method, say hello, then anonymous function, and inside the curly braces write return hello. Because of that, I'm going to use this entire object as a prototype. I want to use variable this and name, which will be the property of current object. So write here plus this.name. And now I'm going to create object and set first proto object as its prototype. Write var John equals to object.create. Pass here the first parameter, as we said, first proto object, and then as a second parameter, open here curly braces, write the name property, then again open curly braces, write value as John. Let's log it in console, write console.log John. Reload. Here we have object with property name John, and if we check its __proto __ property, we will find there say hello method from first proto object, because as you see it is passed as prototype for John object. So again, object.create method gives us ability to use manually created objects as prototypes. Alright, in order to make our example more interesting, I'm going to create another object using object.create method. This object will be used as prototype for another object which will be created soon, and we will see kind of interesting prototype hierarchy. So write var second proto equals to object.create. And I'm going to pass here as prototype the object that we have created, I mean first proto. Then open the curly braces and add here the method say hi. Then we need here the value as anonymous function, and inside the curly braces write return hi plus this.name. Let's see it in console. Write console.log second proto. Reload, So here we have object with say hi method, and if we expand underscore underscore proto underscore underscore property, we will find say hello method from first proto object. Okay, and now the last thing that I'm going to do is to create another object and to assign to it as prototype second proto object. So write var bob equals to object.create